South Africa woke this Monday to devastating news. Soccer star Senzo Meyiwa murdered.
This is a national tragedy.
Why Senzo?
There was a cover up.
There was so many different stories.
Help us. We want to know who killed Senzo.
For that independent, whatever paper they are, how dare you when you go out like that and
She's no more, guys.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
As a court case, my lords, just during the short adjournment, there was a scuffle between the prison warders and some of the accused. It's not precisely clear what led or what the nature of the incident is that led to the scuffle. We just thought that we want to place that on record.
Which accused are those?
You saw accused number 3, and accused number 3, 4, and 5.
So they were involved in a scuffle?
Yes, with a prison warder.
With a warder or with warders?
A prison warder specifically. We just saw one at some point, and his colleagues later came to his rescue. But it was a physical confrontation.
Was it? Mr. Muzi, your client, I'm told, accused number 3 was involved in a scuffle. You've taken instructions. So the court to understand what was happening.
It's true, there was a bit of a noise as I turned around.
Hello?
I'm saying it's true that I had a commotion because I was looking forward, but when I turned around, I saw a gentleman, like this huge gentleman, and he hit accused number 3 with his shoulder. So I don't know how he started, but that is what I saw. He hit accused number 3 with his shoulder. I think in the process, then accused number 3 tried to defend himself. So, but how it started, I really don't know.
Is that all you can tell the court?
That's what I saw, my lord.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, I can take further instructions.
Yeah, please do.
Thank you.
My lord, may I also in the meantime
Yes,
take the
yes,
instructions?
even you.
Yes, thank you.
I will do the same, man.
As it is the court, my lord. Apparently, what I'm getting from accused number 3 is the fact that when it is adjournment, they would then stand up in order to stretch themselves, and at some point they would sit where the arresting their backs. There's a bit of a bench there where they would sit in order to stretch themselves. Apparently, the gentleman that I've just pointed out to the court does not take kind to that. And they are saying in each case that is, or he is saying that in each case that the gentleman is here at court, he would command them to sit as they are seated here now, as if the court is still in process. But today specifically what happened, he approached them again and said to them they should sit down as they are seated here, even though it is adjournment. And then according to accused number 3, he then uttered the word, if they do not want to comply with his instructions, it's going to hit them. Mabengafuni ukwenza lokho akushoyo uzobashaya. So then they said, no, but this is adjournment. We are entitled to stretch our leg because we seated here for more than 2 hours. So we can't continue sitting like this even when it is adjournment. We need to stretch our legs. So he did not take kind to that. So then he started to hold him, and then he hit him with the shoulder. Then accused number 3 then also had to stand up to ward off those blows, but by not in the way of retaliation as it would be understood. He was actually trying to ward off those blows that the gentleman here was trying to administer on him. That is the version that I'm getting.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Mumalo.
Thank you, my lord, for the court's indulgence. The instruction that I'm getting, or the version that I'm getting, is similar to the one of my colleague, Advocate Muzi. He tells me that it was during the adjournment, the tea break adjournment, when he was approached by the member of the correctional services, which has been pointed out by my colleague, to sit properly. He says that they've been sitting in that fashion throughout the adjournments. So what surprised him was that it was only for the first time today that the member of the correctional service has a problem with the sitting arrangement. He then saw the said member hitting accused number 3 with the shoulder to such an extent that accused number 3 nearly fell to him. The said member further dragged him with his leg in order for him to sit properly. He says that he did not take kind of that. That is the only thing that happened, my lord. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Meyiwa.
As it pleases the court, my lord, my instructions are that accused number 5 was bumped by accused number 2 as he's being pushed as the accused number 3 was pushed to him, and he bumped accused number 5. That is all that happened according to him. Then he was surprised because he was not even paying attention what was happening.
So accused number 1 and 2 were not involved in the scuffle.
Not my lord.
Mr. Mgomezulu, your clients were not involved in the scuffle.
They were not involved.
The gentleman there, what's your full name, sir? Come here in front so that I can hear you. Yeah, your full name, sir? Yes. I'm not taking anything under oath, okay? That's why I didn't even want the accused themselves to tell me what has happened. But with you, you're not represented. Yes. So you can tell me, if you so desire, you can tell me what you say happened. Hello?
I do not have a problem to say that.
Yeah, okay, fine, no problem. Yeah.
So, just moments after the adjournment, short adjournment, all the accused were standing, right? But say 5 minutes or 6 minutes later, you went out. Accused number 4 was sitting. Can I, by any chance, show how he was?
Yeah, okay, fine.
Actually, he was sitting just like this.
Okay.
So I took some time, maybe a minute or so. Then I stood up and then shouted, Nduli. I'm not familiar with their names. Nduli, you cannot sit like that. This is court. So he was like, no, you're not going to tell me how to sit here. And then I came closer. I was like, no, you are going to sit proper way. 3 of them were howling now. Senzo Meyiwa, if you start this thing of yours, can I just go back a little bit on the 15th? On the 15th, it was a Wednesday this month. There was an issue of some sort. They started one by one. They seated that way. The fourth suspect was the one who started the whole thing. Then on the 15th, I came and I was like, no guys, you cannot allow each other to sit like that. This is a court. Yes, it is an adjournment, but now you can stand, you can sit like in a proper way, but you cannot sit on top of that like I just showed. So later on, my colleagues, I was talking with my colleagues that, listen, tell me if I'm doing the wrong thing. Are they sitting in a proper way? Then they were like, no, this is wrong. Okay, I let it loose. And I was like, no, maybe when we go down, we need to address them. Now, before we went down, one of them, I cannot recall which one, he was sitting this side, facing that direction. Can I show you? Was sitting like this. I even shouted again. Listen, you cannot sit. This is not a proper way of sitting. Luckily enough, the orderly, the lady, saw it. So now we went down. It was an adjournment again. I called it, and in the cell, I was like, I tried to stop this thing, and you were howling at me. I was a bit not sure to call you into order in front of the people. So they were like, no, this is not your job. You cannot tell us. Your only job is to escort us to here. Then I was like, that's whereby you are not getting it right. You are my duty as long as you are in front of. That is why I'm forever standing there. I'm watching you. I'm observing. I'm monitoring every movement. So I tried to speak to the orderly, to perhaps speak to the prosecutor or you. Then he was like, no, she's gonna take it out. We were fine with that. Indeed, the following days, everything, before they could start, they would check if I'm there. If I'm not there, I don't know what way they were doing. So everything just went well to show that they followed my instruction. So coming today, I called. I said, Nduli, you cannot sit like that. Then they howled at me. Sizokushaya thina if usondela la. Then I was like, okay, if that's the way, you can fight me if you want, but you are going to sit very well proper. Then I tried to pull. Accused number 3 was closer. I went down like I was kneeling, going for accused number 4. Then I saw a blow coming on my way.
The first one was accused number 3. And number 5. Number 4, they were, was trying to duck. Eventually, my colleagues came closer. But now they were all standing. The other two didn't do anything. Accused number 1 and number 2. In the nutshell, that's what happened. All the other thing, I'm happy that the journalists were holding their phones. I think there's a full clip as to what exactly happened.
Okay, is that it, sir?
That is it.
Mr. Baloyi, anything to add or which you saw?
Well, our observation is according to what has just been described now.
What's wrong with the mics now? Nothing. As we're talking, nothing is being captured.
They sometimes turn right when they are right.
So when they are read like this, nothing is being captured. At the moment, anything being captured?
Now they are on. Now they are on.
Where do you see they are on?
They are read. And when they are not on, they...
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes.
Can you give me the Criminal Procedure Act there? It's what, section 159, is it?
Is it the proceedings taking place in the absence of an accused?
No. Just how decorum must be conducted in court. Just read it. I think it's down there, yeah. 159. It's a general application of if proceedings are being disrupted by whomever. But you see here, the problem is I wasn't in court, but I think that injunction is still applicable.
Well, section 159(1) deals with the circumstances where an accused conducts himself in such a way that the proceedings cannot proceed in his presence.
Yeah, just interpret for the accused because it's in English.
Is that correct, please?
Okay. Sir, you can go back to your post.
Lana-ke inkantolo icela-ke umshutshisi ukuthi afundeke ukuthi usection 159 uthini-ke echaza-ke ukuthi-ke uma umsolwa-ke eyiphatha ngendlela-ke ephazamisana-ke nokuqhubeka-ke noma-ke nokuthi-ke icala liqhubeke.
So the only relevant section will be section 159 in brackets 1. The headings, circumstances in which criminal proceedings may take place in absence of an accused.
Lana-ke uyachaza-ke ukuthi izimo la khona-ke icala lingaqhubeka-ke umsolwa noma abasolwa bengekho.
If an accused at criminal proceedings conducts himself in a manner which makes the continuance of the proceedings in his presence impracticable, the court may direct that he be removed and that the proceedings continue in his absence.
Ndawo kayifundela umshushisi ithi uma kuwukuthi umsolwa noma abasolwa-ke bayiphethe ngendlela-ke la engaphoqa noma engenza-ke ukuthi icala liqhubekeke liqulwe engekho noma bengekho enkantolo, inkantolo inako noma iyakwazi-ke ukuthi leso sinqumo leso ingasikhipha.
I think that is the only...
Yeah, that's okay. And I'm not saying anybody has done anything wrong because I wasn't here. But I've been told that there was some undignified scuffle which took place during the tea break. And my only admonition is we all are adults. We must just behave like adults. That gentleman, Mr. Uvusi, has got a job to do. If he does it obstreperously, meaning out of the bounds of the decorum of the court, obviously he will be wrong. But from what he's demonstrating to me, he's also responsible. And I'm not saying you're going to run away and escape, but we have had instances in court where accused people get out of court and run away. He's got his own brief as to how people must be seated. Are they under handcuffs, your clients? Hello?
Mine is on,
They are all-
mine
they
is on leg irons.
Hello?
Hi guys, hi guys, hi guys. I hope I find you all well. Greetings to everyone. Morning, 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 morning. I'm just waiting for the court to start, and I apologize for not coming in yesterday. There was a lot of meetings that we were having yesterday, but I'm on today. I just want to know more about this Gininda issue. The reason why I was playing this one, I wanted you people to look at these guys. Do you think their version of these guys being beaten by a clash, do you think it works? If those three guys enter into a room, do you think anyone will leave that room? Do you think a witness will be left out in that room? Do you think that these guys will just come in and play with people like the way they are narrating them? You see how violent these guys can be, you know? These guys can be very violent, and they don't take nonsense. So when you look at it, you see now that it actually shows that this type of people, are actually it's something else. This type of people is something else. Definitely, it's like when you look at it, It's interesting, definitely. It's interesting. It's very, very interesting. But I don't know what's your take over this. But yeah, the story today is on Gininda. Gininda is supposed to come. The court is not yet on. I'm trying to just check. I'm just trying to check what is happening. Morning, Rwando. Morning, Tokozo. Morning, Doctors Tumela. Masheloni, Hari Masheloni. Huyemora. Temba morning, Nomsa morning, Notlantla morning, Sibongi Sen morning, good morning, Temba, good morning, Sibonelo, Emmanuel, good morning. Gininda, I don't know, I'm not sure he's there at court yet. Dutizilem Kwena, good morning. Good morning, guys. Gloria, good morning. Obitseng Parker, good morning. Simpio, good morning. Good morning, guys. Good morning, Mashandu. Good morning, Chavula. Good morning. Siabonga. Good morning, guys. Sibosiso, good morning. Sibosiso Mageza, good morning. Siabonga Maluleke, good morning. Let's just see what is actually taking place today, because today we are having this, what do you call this, Gininda is supposed to be on today, on the stand today. We just want to see what are they going to show us today. Nonsikelelo, good morning. Mageba, good morning. Pumsile Kumede, good morning. Guys, good morning. We can't wait to see this court in session. They must do it fast. I don't think it will be fast anyway, because with Gininda, he has to answer. Gininda is actually having a Slicey, you're saying waiting patiently for Gininda. Yeah, we have to wait patiently for him. He has to come in and answer a lot of things, because he's appearing in many things. Spanelo, you're saying yesterday, viral, you ran always when they say Gininda will be in court. That one, you are that demand. You have to make sure that your security system is in place, because that one, is dangerous, very dangerous. Good morning, everyone. Gininda is in the house. Sibjongil, serious. He's in the house today. Let's just see how it's going to be, because it's the mastermind. Let's just see how the mastermind actually is going to answer some of these questions. And we saw the Mamfunis who was there, and Mamfunis didn't actually give us much details. Mamfunis was telling, I'm telling you, this one is telling a lie, is lying. I'm telling you, this one is lying. Siabonga, you're saying morning. morning, God was displaying how while these people are different from those who were portrayed by witness in the house. If they can confront a harder with a gun, a warden with a gun, what is the clash? So I agree with you. If they can actually fight that guy like that, but did you hear the other video? There's another video that I saw. There's another clip that I saw where where is that clip? Let me see. I think I downloaded that clip. There's another clip which I saw yesterday where there's another clip. Where did I put that clip? I saw another clip where this warden was now saying, hey, if you are a man, remove the chains which are on your feet. He was actually insulting them. He was actually insulting them to say that, hey, if you are a man, if you think you are a man, remove those clashes. I don't know if some of you saw that clip. I don't know where I put that clip. I heard that clip yesterday. It was taken by the sister of one of the accused who was sitting at the back. It was one of the sisters accused that actually took that video. Benson, you're saying battle of the Bongani Tanzi and versus Bongani Gininda. It's going to be a serious battle there. But we can't wait. I don't know why this much delay. 18 minutes already. Lindy, good morning. Duduzi are saying cross-examination will start tomorrow. Today they will be leading evidence. Baloyi and Gininda. Yes, they will be. You'll take even 3 days, that one, because he is from the beginning until the end of this matter. Even up to now, he's still dominating. Slacy are saying Gininda is going to contradict what others said. You will see. Yeah, it can be like that because definitely there's a lot, especially when the AVL came in. I don't know if his car was also having an AVL. Miso, you're saying morning, Silindelo Gininja. We are actually also waiting. You are saying we are waiting for him with red eyes. We are definitely waiting for him with red eyes. Yeah. Nicole, you're saying good morning. Gininda is already inside. Where? I can't see any movement here in court. Let me just check on my phone. There's no movement here in court. There's no movement here in court yet. I don't know why there's no movement in court yet. But let me get to this thing here quickly. Rika Bros, Soto Bros. Let me just get to this quickly. But this is interesting, guys. Today is what, 28th of November. Let me just see here if I am the one behind or what. Let me just see where is what's happening in there's nothing yet playing there. I've just checked. There's nothing playing there yet. Obiteng is saying a lot of people are saying Tuli was trying to get the warden gun. What's your take on that family? Obiteng is asking a question, guys. He's asking, was he trying to take the gun? No, he was trying to pull him. That's how I saw it. He was trying to pull him to beat him up. Those guys, they don't need guns. They are lethal weapons on themselves. That one is that one can actually iron that one flat out without a gun. After beating him, it will be like he was shot. But I don't know what's your take, guys. A lot of people are saying Tuli was trying to get the warden's gun. What is your take? That is what Obiseng is also asking to you guys. Let's just give our thoughts. Let's just also give our thoughts towards that. Jennifer, good morning. Maiza, good morning. Good morning. Kediboni, good morning. Matthias, good morning as well. Notlanta is saying Gininda has already started off ramping. Remember that red polo that Mohola refused to acknowledge. She said she was using the white polo. Yes. I remember that part. He even confirmed the call that Mohale made, but that call was for Sibiya, not Ntanzi, which proves that the call was made by Mohala. My goodness, which she said she never did. Oh my goodness, it's true. It's contradicting, guys. It's true. Wow, 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 wow. So it was something else yesterday. Eh? It was something else. Jennifer is saying, what did the one warder give to the other one? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Baloyi will waste time asking nonsense. Yeah, definitely. That one will just take us on a merry-go-round. Riepo, you're saying, morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, Riepo. I'm not sure what the other warden gave to the other one. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Kola, you're saying, I saw that clip. I think one of the family said that, and Buso Okuti, Diniwe Senzo Sama Warden. Yeah. As if they were tired of the act of the wardens. Yes, yes, I saw that one. Yeah, they were saying that. Yes, they were saying they were tired with this behavior, the behavior and the character and the way these wardens were doing things. They were actually tired. They were actually irritated. They were not happy with the way the wardens were behaving. That's what also I heard on that clip. I don't know where I put that clip. I heard that clip yesterday. Gloria said, I think it was a gun. Really? Is it on that clip? Really? Is it on that clip? Did he hand over something there? No, but I don't think anything was handed over. Please, guys, I'm a date. What are you saying? This is Kavuyo. Let's do this. Please, guys, how did I get the dates? They have so many gigs because they have 100 gig for 230. Okay. This one is asking where to get data. Is it data? You put dates. That's what was confusing me. Okay, the court is in session, guys. Let's go to court. Let's go to court. Let's go to court.
As a court case, my lord, we apologize for the slight delay. We were informed, my lord, that there was a problem regarding accused number 3 and 5. But we are told that they are now here. I think they're just bringing them up now.
The 3 and 5 are here. Who is not here? According to you?
I think accused number 2 will be the one who is not here. But once they've come up, we'll see who's here and who's not here. Looks like they're all here.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi, then let's start.
Is it what is this? The career Gininda?
Yes, Mr. Mnisi.
Thank you, Madam. Madam, I was wondering if we cannot be afforded just some few minutes to find out what the problem was before we commence.
Yeah, I can consult. No problem.
Yes, thank you.
Guys, they are just inquiring on what actually happened to cause this delay. I think these guys were being beaten. I don't know, or they were disturbed. There's going to be something there because of the event of yesterday. I'm sure there is something. It's just my suspicion. The guys are there. The advocates are there. They just want to check with their clients what really transpired, what actually took place for this delay. I don't know, guys, what you think, but now I'm just seeing that no, there's something that actually happened to these guys. I'm telling you, there's something that happened because of yesterday's. There's something. There's something. Frederick, you are saying the judge. We said what? The judge never thought this hearing reprimand Baloyi for high tactics that caused delays. The other, he was fighting with the defense on why accused did not make a case against the police. Yeah, I remember that part. How can he, if threatened? This judge is too much biased. Honestly, we don't take sides, but I understand that part. I remember we actually spoke about it on our other videos. They still handcuffed. No, the handcuffs were removed. Not Chanta, you are looking for Maketile Kumalo. Let me also look for her. Let me do this. Let me get her. You know her. She normally comes. Maketile normally comes when her hubby is talking. Okay, they are coming back. Let's see what they are going to say. They are coming back.
I address the court. Yes, yes, sir. My lord, in respect of accused number 2, yeah, he actually raises a complaint about Mr. Mlaudzi. Who is Mr. Mlaudzi? Mr. Mlaudzi is the one who is transporting accused number 2 to the prison. Yes, that's all. What is the complaint? This morning, he handcuffed accused number 2 from his hands. And when accused number 2 informed him that he's not a sentenced prisoner, he's an awaiting prisoner, he said no, because he's fighting in court. So that's the reason why he had handcuffed him in his hands. So he told him that he was not participating in the fight yesterday, but he insisted. So therefore he requested that he should be replaced with another person who can transport him to prison, if he's going to develop this attitude towards him. So he doesn't want to be handcuffed because he says it's not a sentenced prisoner. What is the criterion for handcuffing a person? My lord, if they are using the iron legs, hello? If they are using the iron legs, I believe there must be a distinction between a sentenced prisoner and awaiting trial in terms of handcuffing. Is your client on bail, sir? Hello? Is he on bail in other words? In custody. Did he apply for bail? He did, then it was refused. It was refused. Yeah. So according to you, because he's not sentenced, therefore he's not liable to be handcuffed. What about safety and security considerations? They don't come into play. My lord, the only aspect that is relevant is the accusation of the official towards the accused, because it arises from what happened yesterday. It's not a normal cause of bringing the accused before court. Is that all, sir? That's all. Baloyi, what's your view?
As a court, please, my lord, we haven't spoken to Sergeant Mlaudzi as yet regarding this issue, but as the court pointed out, safety is of paramount importance. If Sergeant Mlaudzi has identified a reason that would necessitate the accused being handcuffed, obviously he would have then taken those measures. But we want to point out, my lord, that safety is of paramount importance. And I don't think Sergeant Mlaudzi would have just willy-nilly decided to handcuff accused number 2.
And the choice, alleged choice of an accused person saying, I don't want this judge Mufachi.
Yes.
I want to be tried by Nelson Mandela.
Yeah. Well, my lord, I don't think the
Well,
it's for the accused.
I'm saying it figuratively because according to Mr. Mgomezulu, his client says Mr. Mlauzi must be replaced by some other order.
Well, my lord, Sergeant Mlauzi has been helping to transport the accused for the better part of a year and half, and he cannot just be replaced like that, my lord, at the whim of an accused person.
We all are aware that the Department of Correctional Services is a different department from the Department of Justice. Also, it's a different department from the judiciary. I don't have the authority to determine how the prisoners should be, so-called prisoners or awaiting trial persons, should be transported from their places of incarceration to court. Neither am I also seized with the authority to determine how the Department of Correctional Services should enforce their safety precautions and how also they conduct what one would term the decorum of this court, having regards to what happened yesterday. It's obvious there must have been a meeting of some sort because, and I'm not prejudging anything. In the news, I heard a statement being issued by the Commissioner of Correctional Services. Consequently, I'm not going to make any comment except that if counsels for all the accused can engage with the Department of Correctional Services, maybe that is the apt way of resolving this issue. And the court should not be seized with administrative issues which have no bearing to the actual court proceedings, because that's what I'm seized with, that these court proceedings should proceed in an orderly fashion. But security priorities, I think, counsel for the accused can take that up with the Commissioner of Police or with the senior warder who represents the Commissioner of Police amongst the warders there. Okay. I'll leave it at that.
Mnumzana uNtanzi bekhulunywa ngawe-ke la ukuthi kunesicelo-ke sokuthi okuqala-ke ukuthi uSergeant Mlauzi uye wafaka uzankosi ezandleni ngoba-ke ekhuluma ngesehlakalo-ke esenzeke izolo wase uyacela-ke futhi wena ukuthi akashintshwe uhanjiswe omunye umuntu. Inkantolo ithi awunayo inawo-ke lawo magunya lawo ukuthi-ke uhanjiswa kanjani, kwenziwani-ke, ngoba inkantolo ithi-ke khona-ke naloko kwenzekile izolo ibonile nasey'ndabeni uCommissioner wase-Correctional Service ekhipha-ke i-statement. Manje-ke inkantolo ayingeke-ke iqabukele la engafanele ukuthi-ke iqabukele khona ukuthi-ke uhanjiswa kanjani, kwenziwani kwena, inkantolo ayingeke ingene lapho. Manje-ke ithi inkantolo ayingeke ithathe isinqumo lapho. Abameli benu yibona kuzofanele bakhulumisane nalabo-ke abaphethe-ke abanihambisayo, bakhulumisane baxoxe, kodwa inkantolo-ke izozwa kulokho, hhayi ukuthi kube inkantolo ithatha leso sinqumo.
Okay, Mr. Baloyi.
I don't know if my other friends would like to address my other learned friends would like to address the court. But
Anybody wants to address the court regarding the exigence? Doesn't appear so. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Still under oath, Brigadier.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, please.
Brigadier Gininda, yesterday, just before we adjourned, you testified that you explained accused one's rights to him for the second time, and you wanted to establish what his election was. What happened further?
Yes, my lord, indeed, I did say that, but I also indicated that he elected to speak to me, and he also did not require the services of an attorney. And Shiloge is Zologe, Uguti Namasisa, Namjela, umsolwa oqala ngamalungelo akhe wasithatha-ke isinqumo sokuthi-ke uzokhuluma nami washo nokusho futhi-ke ukuthi kwakungasona isifiso sakhe ukuthi-ke kube khona ummeli. And that, my Lord, was done freely and voluntarily. Lokho wakwenza nje ekhululekile kuyiphumela kuyena engaphoqiwe.
Yes, you may continue.
Sorry, I think there's two hands. Two and number three.
Indicating that he needs to talk to me.
Yes, yes. And number three.
There's a point that accused number 3 wishes to bring to the attention of the court, but with regard to how it's actually been cut. He's saying he's feeling very uncomfortable. So I am saying to him that I would request an indulgence from the court so that he personally bring their attention to that point to the attention of the court.
What about the cuffs? Are they too tight?
He can show them to the court so that the court can make its own judgment on whether they are too tight.
Where's the warder who's in charge of it? Looking after accused number 3, is it?
I don't know them. I don't know who's in charge of the accused number 3.
Is that you, sir? Let's attend to the cuffs there, as you normally do.
Accused number 5 is also complaining about the same situation because accused 1 and 2 are not cuffed in the same way that they are cuffed. So he's saying he's feeling very uncomfortable.
Yeah, there's the gentleman who attends all those cases. That's it. Yeah, Mr. Baloyi, let's continue.
Yes, Peter, you can continue.
Sorry, what's wrong, sir? You what?
I don't feel well.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
Which is I can't hear properly when I'm cuffed as I'm seated, my lord.
You hear with your hands, in other words.
Ngabe uzwa ngezandla yini? Even if I don't hear with my hands, my lord, but if I can just be free as I'm seated.
I'm not going to make an order to that effect. You heard what I said. Is that not so?
Akukho ke engizokusho ubusukuzwile engikushilo ngaphambilini.
Okay. You can discuss that with your attorney or advocate, and your advocate can discuss it with the Commissioner of Police. Because I don't know the safety and security measures the Commissioner of Police takes after people have fought in court. I don't know. So that's why I can't get involved in making an order about you not hearing when you're cuffed.
Uzokhuluma nommeli wakho, ummeli wakho uzokhuluma ke nosojele ngoba ke angazi ke manje ukuthi iziphi ke indlela ke eyikhishiwe noma isinqumo esithathiwe emuva kokuthi ke abantu kuliweke enkantolo. Uzokhuluma nommeli wakho yena ke abesikhuluma ke nabo ke abaphethe ezasemajele.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Baloyi.
Brigadier, you may continue.
My Lord, yes. So thereafter, I put to him that I have a reason to believe that he was involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa.
Ngase ngimtshela ke manje ke usakhuluma ke ubrigadier ukuthi inkulumo yakhe nomsolo wokuqala ngase ngimtshela ke umsolo wokuqala ukuthi ke nesizathu sokuthi ngikholwe ukuthi ke uyambandakanyeka ke ekubulaweni kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa.
His response, my Lord, mounted to a confession.
Loko awakusho kwayinto eholela ekuvumeni.
Yes. I then asked him, obviously after the discussion, my Lord, as to whether he will be willing, freely and voluntary to make such a statement to an independent officer, and also do points out that he referred to in my discussion with him, and the answer was yes.
Ngase ngimbuza ke emuva ke kwaleyo nkulumo leyo ke ukuthi angayimisela yini noma ke angathi yini akhulumeke kumuntu ke engathi independent umuntu oyimeleke iofficer eyimele noma independent futhi ke ahambe ke ayokhomba emuva kwaloko asengitshele kona uma ephendula ke waphendula wathi yebo.
My Lord, I then ended the discussion with him and informed him that I'll make such arrangement, where I then briefed the members who brought him to me in Fostoras that we'll have to make a change of arrangement, whereby we will go to the provincial office in Gauteng so that such arrangements of an independent officer could be arranged for such a confession.
Emuva kwalokho ke ngase ngiqeda ke inkulumo yami naye ke ngase ke ngiyokhulumisana nalamaphoyisa ke ayemlethile batshela ke ukuthi manje sekuzofanele sishintshe ke manje inhlelo noma ke uhlelo ke ukuthi kuzofanele sihambe siye ehhovisi lesifunda provincial office ukuthi ke bona ke ba-arrange ke noma benze ukuthi kutholakale ke umuntu ongahlangene necala leli uma imbiza ke kathi ke independent azohamba ayokhuluma kuyena.
My Lord, as I was driving to the provincial office, I made numerous calls to try and find someone who can assist until I got the assistance from Colonel Mboto.
Nanjengoba ngangihamba ke ngishayela ke imoto ngiya kulona ke ihhovisi lesifunda noma provincial office ngangixhumana ke noma ke ngenza ke ama phone calls bantu ke abahlukene kwazi kwayisikhathi la khona ke ngithola uKolonel Mboto.
Yes, we proceed. Colonel Mboto, my Lord, requested me to bring the accused at Diploof or make arrangements for the accused to be brought at Diploof. That is accused number 1 at Diploof SAPS.
uKolonel Mboto wasengicela ke ukuthi ke angenzeke ukuthi umsolo wokuqala alethwe kwisiteshi samaphoyisa sase Diploof.
Furthermore, my Lord, Colonel Mboto was not privy to this investigation as he was never part of it, nor did I ever brief or work with him previously.
Okwesibili-ke ukuthi uKenel Mboto wayengazi lutho-ke ngophenyo lwaleli cala nanjengoba engakaze abe yingxenye yophenyo lwaleli cala futhi-ke angikaze nangaphambilini ngasebenza naye.
I thereafter, my lord, also phoned Constable Munaring from SWAT to come and assist with the movement of the accused to Colonel Mboto from Eretin.
Ngase futhi-ke ngixhumana naye uConstable Munaring we-SWAT ukuthi-ke ezolekelela-ke ngokuhanjiswa kwakhe umsolwa esiwa kuyena uKenel Mboto.
When we arrived in Eretin, my lord, the accused, or rather, when we arrived in Eretin, Constable Munaring arrived and I handed over accused one to him.
Mase sifika-ke khona Eretin, naye-ke uMunaring wase efika ngase ngindlulisela umsolwa wokuqala ngimdlulisela kuyena uMunaring.
But prior to the handing over, my lord, I warned him again of his constitutional rights and established, because he was not traveling with me in the same car, I was traveling alone, and established from him as to whether he still wants to continue with making a statement. The answer was yes, my lord.
Kodwa-ke ngaphambilini kokuthi ngimdlulisela kuyena uMunaring, nanjengoba-ke wayengahambi nami-ke emotweni ngangihambela ngedwa mina, ngaphinda futhi ngamazisa ngamalungelo akhe anawo. Uqinisekisa-ke ukuthi-ke usafisa yini ukuthi akhulume noma enze istatimende, wathi umephendula wathi yebo.
My lord, he was then taken to, he was taken by the constable to Diploof. I think after 2 hours or so, I then received a call from Colonel Mboto informing me that he was finished taking down the confession or the statement from accused one.
Umsolwa-ke wase ehanjiswa-ke uyena uconstable emhambisela eDiploof. Cabanga ukuthi-ke emuva kwamahora amabili ngathola ucingo olubuya kuyena uKenel Mboto engitshela-ke ukuthi useqedile ngaye umsolwa wokuqala.
He further informed my lord that the confession statement itself will be kept by him, and I should make arrangements to come and collect it from him directly, which I've done, I think, on the following day, my lord.
Wase engitshela-ke ukuthi-ke istatimende leso noma-ke ukuvuma-ke noma kwebhonyulo kaloko awakwenza-ke yena-ke uKenel Mboto uzogcina kuyena kuze kube isikhathi-ke la mina-ke mathupha ngizoza kuyena-ke ngizosithatha. Into-ke leyo engayenza ngicabanga ukuthi ngelanga elilandelayo.
Just before you proceed, what time was it when you handed over accused number one to Constable Munaring at Ereton?
My lord, I'm not sure, but I know it was before 2200 hours.
Ufuna ukwazi-ke umshushisi ukuthi kwakubani isikhathi uma usundlulisela umsolwa wokuqala kuyena uMunaring e-Ereton? Anginaso isiqiniseko kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi kwakungaphambi nje ukuthi kushayeke noma-ke kumbane eleshumi ihora ebusuku.
And was Constable Munaring alone when he took accused number one to Diploof police station?
He wasn't alone, my lord, but I don't remember the member of SWAT that he was with, but I do know that there were two, it was two of them.
Wayengayedwa-ke ngalelo langa uMunaring, angisakhumbuli-ke elinye ilunga leli-ke leSWAT, kodwa-ke ngiyakhumbula nje ukuthi babe babili.
Yes, what happened further?
So then after a few minutes, suppose maybe 10 to 15, they then arrived back. This is now Constable Munaring with this member as well as with accused number one. 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay. Kwase kuthi nje emuva ke kwesikhashana ke umakathi ke imizuzu eyishumi noma 15 ke base bebuya ke yena uMunareng kanye ke nozakwabo ke bekuyela khona eRatin kanye naye umsolo.
The time that I've just mentioned, the 15 minutes, it was 15 minutes after what event?
It was 15 minutes after I was talking to Colonel Mboto.
Kwakuyimizuzu ke 15 emuva kokuthi sengikhulumile naye uKenel Mboto.
Yes, you may proceed.
My lord, they handed the suspect accused one to me, and I asked him if he was fine or if he had any complaint. He said he was fine, my lord, and there was no complaint from him.
Base ke bemdlulisela ke kumina ke umsolo woqala ngambuza ke futhi ukuthi kukhona yini akhala ngako noma khona yini anganelisekile ikona wathi ke cha akukho.
Yes. I better ask him, my lord, if he will still be willing to point out the following day. He was very specific. A witch doctor that came up in our discussion, and the answer was yes, he's still willing to do that freely and voluntarily, my lord.
Ngase ngimbuza ke ukuthi ke ngelanga elandelayo usayimisele yini ukuthi ke uhambe ke uyokhomba ke inyanga ke wase ngoba ke iyona ke eyavela ke inkulumo esasinayo nyanga noma ke isangoma ke waphendula ke wathi yebo.
I then, my lord, indicated to him that Sergeant Mukola with some of the members will come to him the following day to follow up on that witch doctor investigation, and that if he should feel that he has changed his mind or he needs assistance for legal representation or whatever concern that he may have, then he should feel free to bring it up to her attention, my lord.
Ngase ngimazisa futhi ke nokuthi ke kulangelandelayo ke uzoza ke uSergeant Mukhula azoqhubeka ke nalelo phenyo noma la kwafanele ukuthi kiwe khona ke noma kuukuthi ke uma kuukuthi ngalelo langa lelo ke useshintshe umqondo ke noma ke ucabanga ukuthi khona ke nje ongamphathi kahle ke kuzofanele lokho ke noma ufune isifiso sokuthi abe nommeli noma udinga usizo lommeli akusho lokho kuyena uSergeant Mukhula.
I further, my lord, requested the same member, Sergeant Munaring, with the crew that he was having to assist with the escort of the sergeant, the investigator, in escorting accused one to whatever that needed to be done and eventually to the detention facility.
Ngase ngimcela ke yena ke uSergeant Munaring kanye nozakwabo ke lo owayenaye ngalelo langa ke ukuthi ke balekeleleke yena uSergeant ngaloko ke okwakufanele ukuthi kwenziwe ke nokuthi ke ase abuyiselwe la avalelwe khona noma agcinwe khona.
We then parted ways, my lord.
Sase sisukana ke.
Did you know where accused number 1 was going to be detained?
I was informed, my lord, that he was detained at Valeria SCPS.
Ngatshelwa ke ukuthi ke umsolo wokuqala ke wayevalelwe ke kumaphoyisa ke ase Valeria.
You testified that upon his return from Gipkuf police station, he did not have any complaints. Did you see any injuries on him?
No, I did not, my lord. And I also did not detect or pick up any sign of uneasiness, panic. It was basically, for me, in my own observation, my lord, it was more a sign of a relief. He was looking better than when he was. Like, you know, when something has been taken off your shoulders. But other than that, my lord, there was no sign of fear, concern, or threats that I detected when I observed him. And I also did not see any visible injuries when I was talking to him.
Ushilo ke kubufakazi bakho ke ukuthi uma ebuya ke khona eRatin umbuzileke ukuthi khona yini akhala ngakho ke noma engaphathekile kahle ingabe ke khona yini owabona wena ke futhi ke mephendula ke mina ke ngabona nje ngabona ke ukuthi-ke umuntu okhululekile-ke futhi-ke ebukeka nanjengomuntu-ke manje-ke osekhululeke noma osengcono ngaphezu kwendlela ebeyiyo ngapha. Uyazi uma kunento nje esuswe emahlombe akho usuzizwa ngcono-ke manje. So angikaze ngibone nje noma ngalela langa angibonanga ukuthi khona into engamphethanga kahle, kukhona okumhluphayo. Konke lokho angikaze ngibone nokuthi ngibone-ke futhi ukuthi ushayiwe.
And what time did you part ways with him?
It would have been after midnight, my lord, may not be specific, but it was just after 12 midnight. But definitely before 12:30. You know, it could be between 12 to 12:30, but definitely before 1. It was just after midnight.
Isikhathi-ke ungathi-ke wayeseshayile-ke u-12 wasebusuku-ke, kodwa maybe ngathi nje phakathi-ke kwakhe u-12 no-12, kodwa-ke engekashayi u-1 uma sihlukana.
Yes, you may proceed.
My lord, then the following day, that is now the 31st of May 2020, I received a call from Sergeant Mahola, who informed me that they found the said witch doctor that we spoke about the previous day, and they were on their way to the office. Rather, they asked where we should meet, and I directed them to come to the same provincial office with the said witch doctor.
Ngelanga elandelayo-ke ngase ngithola ucingo olubuya kuyena-ke uSergeant Mahola engitshela-ke ukuthi-ke impela-ke isangoma noma inyanga leyo-ke bayithola-ke esengibuza futhi ukuthi-ke sihlangane kuphi. Ngase ngibatshela-ke ukuthi asihlanganeke kwihhovisi lesikhulu noma-ke i-provincial office naso-ke nayo-ke inyanga leyo.
My lords, they arrived with the said witch doctor. It was in the late afternoon, early evening, and I came to know him as Mr. Lion Zwane. That is now the witch doctor.
Beza-ke kumina-ke ngathi nje kwakusemini-ke ilanga no imini okay ngathi nje sekuntambama-ke yena naye-ke ubaba lo kwaku-Lion Zwane.
Just a minute. Yes.
When he arrived, my lord, when he was brought to my office, I introduced myself. I was introduced firstly, then I introduced myself to him, warned him according to his personal rights, and informed him about the purpose of our interaction. That is, his name came up on the matter before court, before this court. In other words, the matter of Senzo Meyiwa.
Wethulwa-ke kumina kuyena-ke nami ngase ngizethula-ke kuyena-ke ngase ngimtshela-ke ngamalungelo akhe-ke anawo ngokomthethosisekelo, ngamtshela-ke futhi nenhloso noma injongo yokuthi-ke sihlanganeke ngalelo langa lelo, nokuthi-ke igama lakhe lavela-ke mayelana nalolu daba oluphambi kwenkantolo-ke manje udaba-ke lokushona kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa.
While we were talking, my lord, at that time, accused one was then walked in. He was brought in. It was not planned, but he just walked in with some of the EMPD members into my office.
Ngaleso sikhathi-ke ngisakhuluma naye-ke ubaba uZwane loyo-ke kwakungasiyona-ke into eyayihleliwe, kodwa nje umsolo wokuqala wangena-ke ehamba nawo amalunga e-EMPD.
My lord, what became prudent and abundantly clear is that when Mr. Zwane locked eyes with accused one, it was clear that he knows him because he made utterances.
Kwathi-ke noma-ke into eyavele nje yagqama-ke yacaca-ke ukuthi kwathi uma kuhlangana amehlo akhe ubaba uZwane namehlo akhe umsolo wokuqala-ke kwacaca manje ukuthi bayazana-ke ebesafuna-ke ukusho abakusho, kodwa-ke umshushisi umvimbeli.
But please, my lord, we have proposed to the defense that the evidence of Mr. Zwane be incorporated in the trial within the trial. They're still mulling over that issue. We'll deal with it in due course. Yes, you may proceed.
I don't understand.
Mr. Zwane has already testified in the main trial. We've requested that his evidence be injected in the trial within the trial. And they're still contemplating that issue.
Yes, Mr. Mgomezo, what's your view?
My Lord, it should be kept in suspense during the discussion.
Which discussions?
That evidence that was read by Mr. Zwane during the main trial be injected to the trial within the trial.
What does the law say?
My Lord, according to my understanding, the evidence that has been read in the trial, in the main trial, cannot be used in the trial.
Mr. Macy, what's your view about the proposal which already you and Mr. Baloyi and Mr. Umalo are discussing?
As it is the court, I think that this is an issue relating to accused number 1.
Yeah, fine.
I think it is in the domain of accused number 1, but whether or not evidence, there could be a request that particular evidence should be incorporated in a particular trial. I think there's nothing irregular about it.
There's nothing irregular?
Yes.
Mr. Munye, asked Umar, sorry?
My Lord, I think it is matters that rest in the terrain of accused number 1, so I would have nothing to comment about.
Yeah,
but in as far as the incorporation of the evidence in the main trial, there is nothing irregular, as my colleague has indicated.
You say there's nothing irregular?
Yes, there is nothing irregular, as long as the statement is in application.
My Lord, our position is also the same. That evidence relates only to accused number 1. It does not relate to accused number 5. So we have no.
Of course, you can't quote any decision. When you quote any decision, Mr. Nisi, that's nothing irregular, Mr. Umaro and Mr. Munyek.
No, I don't think so, man.
There's no decision.
It's a long-standing practice.
It's the other way around.
Oh, okay, thank you.
If a person testifies in the main trial before this court has held an inquiry as to whether there's any dispute about the admissibility of either admissions, statements, or pointing out, and the court declares that a trial within a trial should be held after the so-called gentleman Lion, who has testified in the main trial, I don't think you can incorporate that evidence by agreement into the trial within the trial. It's irregular. Because the injunction is that what happens in the trial within the trial should not be contaminated with what happens in the main trial. Is that not so, Mr. Baloyi?
Well,
so you can recall the gentleman to come and give evidence, no problem.
Yes, in fact, that's what we're informing the defense, that it will serve no purpose to call the witness just for him to confirm what is testified about in the main trial. We can just, I don't think there's anything that debars the state and the defense to agree to
that is permissible.
Yes.
If you do it that way, but he must be in court and he must confirm.
Yes.
That's the evidence which he has given. He stands by it.
Yes, but if the defense then says that exercise is not necessary and they make an admission to that effect, a 220 admission.
Yeah,
I think.
No, the problem with the fine.
That will still be proper.
Because we have Mr. Mgomezo who here says it can be done.
Yes, which is the proposal. We prepare the 220 admissions.
Okay, fine. You can address me later on, but I'm of the view that it's done it nearly. When it goes to the SCA, they will say, this guy, what was this movie?
And that also relates to the clocking records of accused number 2 and his leave application as testified to by Mr. Melder. So those two aspects, those two witnesses.
And what about the last? What is this agreement?
Well, the same will apply as with Mr. Zwani's evidence.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
All right.
But once there's a meeting of the minds, we will inform the court accordingly.
Yeah, you can go bypass it by invoking section 220.
Yes, yes.
That
is the route that we've proposed to the
Okay. Yes, okay, thanks.
Yes, Brigadier, yeah, you can continue. You mentioned that it was, as you put it, abundantly clear that accused number 1 and Mr. Zwani know each other. What?
Absolutely, my lord. It was based on the utterances that occurred between the two of them.
Njengoba sengishilo ukuthi bacaca bhake ukuthi bayazana ke umsolo wokuqala kanye naye ke ubaba uZwane ngenxa ke yaloko okwashiwo noma okwakhulunywa phakathi kwabo bobabili.
Furthermore, my lord, it also became clear that accused 1 was making further confessions to Mr. Zwane when they were just talking as to what was wrong. Why was he, in that position?
Okunye futhi ke okwacaca ke ukuthi ke umsola wokuqala ke wayeseqhubeka ke evuma okunye uma ke manje esesho noma esekhuluma ke kuyena ke ubaba uZwane ukuthi kwakuyini ke engakaze ihambe kahle noma engazange ihambe kahle nokuthi kwakungani ke eseyithola ekulesiya simo.
My lord, I warned him again immediately according to his constitutional rights and indicate that what he was saying, this discussion that I was privy to, can be used against him in a court of law, and the other rights that I referred to, he said understands, but he's simply just telling the truth. But the discussion was between the two of them.
Ngase ngiqhubeka futhi ke ngimxwayisa ke ukuthi manje ke ngixwayisa futhi ke ngamalungelo akhe ke nokuthi ke lokhu ke manje engikuzwayo okukhulunywayo ke noma akushoyo ke kule nkulumo ukuthi kungasetshenziswa kuyena ke enkantolo ke wase ethi ke uyangizwa ukuthi nje ukhuluma nje iqiniso.
Now that's Mr. Zwane and accused number 1. Who are you referring to?
Mr. Zwane is the witch doctor, my lord.
Yeah. Yes, but the one that was making admissions and the one that you want in terms of constitutional right, which one are you referring to?
Sure, my lord. Just to interject and to just put things in a correct perspective. My lord, I'm concerned about the word witch doctor. I think we should give the proper meaning because it has some defamatory elements. So let us get the literal meaning of what is a witch. Because in Zulu, mthakati, which I understand it.
Perhaps traditional healer would be more appropriate.
Traditional healer?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what Mr. Zwane said.
Yes. 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 Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Mfundisi. Yes. Just clarify who did you warn in terms of the constitutional rights?
Yes, my lord. So the first part, it was accused 1 making the confessions to the traditional healer, Mr. Zwane. And it is accused 1 that I was warning according to his section 35 constitutional right, my lord.
Lapha ke ngishoyo ke ukuthi manje umuntu wayeseqhubeka ke evuma ke noma eqhubeka ke nokuvuma noma ke khonilo kake komunye kwakuwumsola wokuqala uyena ke lo ongumlaphi wendabuko futhi ke kwaba uyena ke futhi engiqhubekayo ke ngimexwayisa ngamalungelo akhe.
Yes, you proceed.
My lord, thereafter I asked the said members to remove accused 1 so that I can carry on with further interviews with the traditional healer, Mr. Zwane.
Ngase ngiwacela ke amalunga lana ke ukuthi ke amkhiphe ke umsola wokuqala ukuze ke ngiqhubekeke nokuthi ngikhulumisane naye ubaba uZwane.
Yes.
After our discussion, my lord, it became clear that one can utilize him by obtaining a statement. I therefore requested my colleague, that is the head of the anti-corruption unit in Germiston, Colonel Mutlame, to assist me in taking the statement from Mr. Swan.
Kwase kucaca ke kwinkulumo yami ke naye ke ubabuzwane ukuthi ke manje sengamsebenzisa ke nanjengofakazi ke ngase ngicela ke uza kwethu oKenel Mutlame osebenza ke eGermiston ukuthi angilekele noma angisize ke ngokuthi ke athathe istatement kuyena ubabuzwane.
My lord, he agreed. I then requested the members to take Mr. Swane to the kennel in Germiston, TPCI, and thereafter take him home after such statement has been taken.
Phela ke ngase ngibacela ke amalunga lana ukuthi ke asizeke ngokuthi ke athathe ubabuzwane bamhambise ke bamikise khona ke eGermiston ku Colonel Mutlame ayonikeza ke ngaleso statement leso kuse kuthi ke emuva kwalokho ke bamthathe bamhambise ekhaya.
Yes.
Indeed, my lord, such a statement was taken, and I know because then it was brought to my attention, that is, Colonel Mutlame first informed me that he's done, and the statement was brought to me. And insofar as accused one is concerned, I do know that he was eventually detained back at Valera SAPS after the taking of the statement.
Impela ke kwenzeka ke lokho ngoba ke wangitshela ke uKenel Mutlame ukuthi useqedile ke emuva kwalokho istatement esalethwa ke kumina nokuthi ke emuva kwalokho ke sesithathiwe ke leso statement umsolo wokuqala ke wabuyiselwa ke khona eValeria emaphoyiseni akhona.
And just before we proceed, you mentioned that after accused number 1 made a statement to Colonel Mboto, you received this statement the following day.
Yes, my lord. In my recollection, it would have been the following day because he refused to give it to the said members for security reasons and the leakages, my lord.
Impela ke ngishilo ukuthi ke emuva kokuthi uKenel Mboto esesithathile ke statement kuyena umsolo wokuqala ngasithola ke mina ke ngelanga elilandelayo ngoba ke wanqaba ke ukuthi asinikeze ke amalunga ke lokho kungeyizathu nje zokuvikeleka nokuthi ke mhlambi sesinga aphuma ke manje noma sibe sobala.
I just want to show you a document which has been handed up as Exhibit FF. Can you just identify the document?
Yes, my lord. This is the proforma that was given to me, completed by Colonel Mboto, insofar as the confession that was made by accused number 1.
Lena ke yona ke iform noma lena ebizwa ngokuthi ke iproforma engayinikezwa uyena ke uKenel Mboto emva kokuthi eseqedile ke ukuthi ke umsolo wokuqala akhulume noma avume kuyena.
And it includes the same attachment that I saw when the statement was given by me. This is now the annexure to the proforma, my lord.
Futhi ke isenale phepha nama amanye amaphepha akhe lokho kubizwa ngokuthi annexure ke eyayikhona ke inkathi inikezwa mina noma amanye amaphepha la ahamba nayo ke iproforma lena.
So court, please, Malata, it's almost time for the short adjournment.
Oh, yes.
Can we then?
Short adjournment.
That's so well done. Thanks. Okay, yes, about Yes, you can continue. When we broke for the short adjournment, you had just identified Exhibit FF, the confession that was taken down by Lieutenant Colonel Mboto.
Yes.
That you connected the following day. What happened further?
My lord, further than that, I do know that on the 1st of June 2020, accused one was taken to court for the first appearance in relation to the matter of drug dealing.
Okunye futhi engikwaziyo ukuthi ngayo ke i-1st sika June 2020 wase eyobingelela ke imantshi okokuqala ke umsolo wokuqala mayela ke necala leli lasethembisa leyidakamizwa.
Just want to show you Exhibit 00. Can you just identify Exhibit 00?
Yes, my lord, it is the charge sheet for the Tembisa case 217 of 3/2019.
Sorry, iyona ke lena i-charge sheet yalo ke lecala leli lasethembisa case number 21703 ka 2019.
Yes. And it relates the name of the accused listed here, my lord. It's accused number 1 with the date of appearance dated 2020-06-01.
Futhi ke igama elivelayo ke lana igama lakhe ke umsolo wokuqala no suku ke noma ke i-date awavela ngayo ku 2020-06-01.
What happened further?
So I do know, my lord, that he was remanded back into custody and he was taken back to Valeria ACPS for further investigation.
Ngiyazi ukuthi icala lahlehliswa ke lahlehiswa ukuthi egcine ke ngaphakathi esitokisini nokuthi futhi lehlehliswa lapho ukuthi iqhubeke ngophenyo.
Yes.
Then, my lord, on the 4th of June 2020, I approached the accused number 1 in Valeria SCPS.
Ngazo i-4 ka June 2020 ngaya kuyena ke umsolo wokuqala emaphoyiseni ase-Valeria.
Warned him again according to his constitutional right and established if he was still willing to do the formal pointing out of the crime scene. The answer was yes, and he also indicated that he didn't need an attorney as well.
Ngamxwayisa futhi ke ngamalungelo akhe anawo ngumthetho sisekelo ke ngimbuza futhi ke kuyena ke ukuthi usafisa yini ukuthi ahambe ke ayokhomba indawo ke yesigameko noma la isehlakalo senzeka khona. Washo ke waphendula wathi yebo, washo nokuthi ke akanasifiso sokuthi ke abe khona ummeli.
Just a minute. So you approached accused number 1 to find out if he's still prepared to make pointings out. Had he previously indicated that he wants to make pointings out?
Yes, he did, my lord, indicate that he is prepared to make the formal pointing out. But will remember that I did mention that part as and when he was talking to the confessions and the pointing out.
Uthi ke uyela kuyena uyombuza ukuthi usayimisele yini ukuthi ayokhomba ingaba sikhona yini isigaba la awayeshilo khona ukuthi ke uyimisela ukuthi ayokhomba. Yebo, inkantolo izokhuluma wayeshilo ke inkantolo izokhumbula futhi ke ukuthi ngikushilo ke lokho nkathi ke ngikhuluma ke ngaso istatement noma ke confession awayenza ukuthi wakusho ke lokho mayela nokuhamba ayokhomba.
Just for record purposes, just identify that occasion again when he indicated that he's prepared to make pointings out.
It was the 30th of May, my lord, 2020, when I met him at Posoras police station in the parking lot, when I interviewed him in relation to his involvement or alleged involvement in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa.
Umshushisi uyacela ukuthi ke abuyele emuva ke asho ukuthi kokuyisiphi ke isigaba la asho khona ukuthi wayemisela ukuthi ahambe ke ayokhomba ukuthi mayiphendula ke ubrigadier uthi ke kwakungelanga la ngeyi-30 zika May 2020 umehlangana naye umsola wokuqala ephakini ke yezimoto khona la e-police station yase Fort Slaughter washo ke khona ke ukuthi ke uyimisela noma ke angakwenza ke lokho.
Okay, and proceed about the events of the 4th of June 2020 at Villaria Police Cell.
Yes, my lord. After getting the confirmation that he still wants to proceed freely and voluntarily, I then made a few calls until I got to Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe, who was prepared to assist with the pointing out.
Uma sengimbuzile ke wavuma ke ukuthi angakwenza ke lokho ekhululekile engaphoqiwe ke ngase ngifona ke noma ngenza ke ama calls ngaze ngafinyelela kena ke uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe washo ukuthi ke angalekelela kona lokho.
My lord, Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe said he can assist the following day, which is the 5th of June 2020, and he requested that accused one should be detained at Alberton SAPS, where he will then make arrangements to book him out and carry on with the formal pointing out.
Abakusho ke yena uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe ukuthi ke angakwenza ke lokho ngelanga elilandelayo ke ngazo i5 kuJune 2020 wase ecela ke nokuthi ke uma umsola angathathwa ke asiwe ke kuma cell akhona ke eAlbertine yena ke wayezofika ke nje amkhiphe noma ambhuke out khona lapho abese yaqhubeka.
My lord, Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe also was not privy to these investigations. He was never part of it before. And I've never worked with him.
Okunye futhi ke uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe akukho awayekwazi ke mayelana nalodaba noma lelicala leli akakaze abe yingxenye noma ke ingxenye yethimba eliphenyayo kulona lelicala angaze futhi ke ngisebenze naye ngaphambili.
My lord, I simply provided him with the case number and also made necessary arrangements for the photographer to be present on the day of the pointing out.
Engakwenza ke ukuthi ngimnikeze njena ke i-case number nokuthi ngenze ke ukuthi ke lowo thwebula ithombe abe khona ke ngelanga elilandelayo ke uma eseyo kwenza lo msebenzi.
And furthermore, that Sergeant Mohane will be the one engaging him insofar as the movement of the accused to Alberton police station, and I communicated such to both of them, my lord.
Nokuthi ke kwakuzoba uSergeant Mohane ke owayezomphelezela ke mayelana nokususa kwakhe ke umsola khona ke eAlbertine aye khona lapho ke Foster's lokho ke ngakusho noma ke ngabatshela bobabili.
No. To move the accused, in other words, from Valera SAPS to Albertine SAS, yes. Then from Albertine SAPS, the colonel then will be in charge of the point.
Ngixolisa ke lapho ngalelo phutha ukuthi ke yena ke umkhane owayezokwenza wayezosusa ke umsola wokuqala eValeria police station amhambise amise eAlbertine police station lapho ke eAlbertine kwakuzoba uyena ke uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe oseyamthatha ke umsola aqhubeke naye.
You say you communicated that those arrangements to both of them. Who are you referring to?
I'm referring to Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe and Sergeant Mohane.
Lokho ke ngakhuluma kubona ke bobabili ukuthi ke umkhane yena wayesusa umsola eValeria amse eAlbertine bese Albertine yaqhubeka uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe ngatshela bona bobabili uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe kanye naye uSergeant Mohane.
Yes, you may proceed.
My lord, I then on the 5th, I do know the 5th of June 2020 that such pointing out were done, concluded, and I was informed later by Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe that indeed they finalized the pointing outs.
Engikwaziyo ke noma ngiyakwazi ke ukuthi ngazo i5 kuJune 2020 i-pointing out noma ke ukhomba lokho kwenzeka futhi ke ngatshelwa ke uyena ke uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe ke ukuthi wakwenza lokho baqeda ngalelo langa lelo.
I later also received the form, my lord, of the formal pointing out, and also at a later stage received the photo album of the said pointing out. In other words, in relation to the photos that were taken of the accused and the scenes that he pointed.
Ngathola ke iform leyo ke iform lena ke eyayibhalwa uyena ke uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe mayelana nalokho okwenzeka ke ngalelo langa ngase ngithola futhi ke nealbum yazo izithombe lezo ke ezathwetshula ngalelo langa zakhe umsolwa kanye nala akhomba khona.
When did you receive the performer notes on 20s out and the photo album?
My lord, the photo album was at a much later stage, but it was not prepared on that day. And the performer could have been the day or after as well, my lord, from the day of the pointing out.
Iy'thombe zona ngiyazi ke ukuthi ke kwathatha isikhathi noma kwaba isikhathi ukuze ngithole ngoba ke zazingaqediwe ke zingalungisiwe ke ngaleso sikhathi leso kodwa ke yona ke iperformer ke yona ke noma ke le form lena ke yona ke egcwaliswa uyena uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe kungenzeka ukuthi ngayithola ngalelo langa noma ngelanga elilandelayo.
I just want to show you a document which has been handed up as Exhibit GG. Just specify the document.
Yes, my lord, I have it in front of me.
Yes, can you just identify it?
So, yes, so the form. Yes, my lord, it is the performer that was given to me together with the written notes made by Colonel Hadebe, Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe. Except this part, the statement of Captain Nailana. It was not part of the performer given to me. Yes.
Ilona ke nje lena yona ke eka Captain Nailana yayingasiyona ke ingxenye lesi yale form ke kodwa yona ke le yona iperformer kanye ke nama notes enziwa uyena ke uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe.
I want to show you a photo album that has been handed up as Exhibit GG1. Can you just identify that photo?
Yes, my lord, it is the photo album of accused number 1 in relation to the pointing out, but it seems to be incomplete, my lord.
Iyona ke lena iPhoto album yakhe ke umsolo wokuqala mayelana ke ne-pointing out noma ke uyokhomba kodwa kuke ngathi ke ayiphelele.
Yes, photos of the pointings out are not yet before.
Oh, it's okay, understood, my lord. And yes, this is part of
certain photos.
Indeed, my lord, it is then part of the album that I received.
Ngiyamtshela ke umshayeli ayo ke pointing out azikabi yona ke ingxenye noma ke azikabi phambi kwayo inkantolo yavuma ukuthi yebo ingxenye ke lena yazo izithombe zayo i-pointing out yalena.
And the person depicted there, my lord, it is accused number 1.
Futhi ke nomuntu ke olana ke kule izithombe uyena umsolo wokuqala.
Yes, then what happened further?
My lord, that was basically the circumstances surrounding the pointing out and confession. What I then did, I went to Valeria police station and I think also Albertine police station to obtain the copies of the OBs as part of the investigations and attach them on the docket, which such was disclosed to the defense.
Kwaba ilokho ke mayelana ke nayo ke the confession kanye ke nama pointing out engase ngikwenza ke umuva kwalokho ukuthi ke ngiye ke kwi-police station yaseValeria kanye futhi ke nase-Albertine ngiyothola ke amakhophi ke ey'ncwadi lezi ey'setshenziswayo ey'bizwa ngokuthi ke ama-OB laphayana ke e-police station noma ema-police station ngase ke nginamathisela ke kulona ke idokodo nalokho futhi ukuthi lokho futhi noma lawo ma-OB lawo ke anikezwa ke kubameli.
My lord, in those entries, it is clearly indicated that the accused in all material times was free of injuries, never complains of any assault, illness, or anything irregular during his booking in and booking out, as well as during the regular sales visit by the members that were on duty. But on top of it, my lord, there were also visits by officers who were on duty randomly. And even in those times, my lord, there was no complaint articulated on the OBs.
Laphayana ke kulama copy alama OB noma le ncwadi ke ebhalwayo ke khona police station kuyacaca ke ukuthi ke akukho la khona ke ashoyo ke khona ke akhala khona ke ukuthi ke kukho wayengaphathekile kahle washaywa ke nokuthi futhi ke labo ababesebenza ke khona lapho babe abantu abamane beyovela ke alikho ke ihlandla la khona ke ashilo ke khona ukuthi ulimele ushayiwe akukho nje la kuvela khona namabhalo khona lo.
Were the OB entries also obtained from Deep Loop police station?
There was one that was, yes, there was an entry obtained in relation to an entry that was made by Colonel Mboto, to say basically took the confession from accused number 1, but it was not a detention, it's just an entry that proves that he was there, and he then took a confession from him.
Khona ke nase deep loop la khona ke uKenel Mboto abhala khona ke ukuthi nje yebo wayethatha ke statement noma ke confession kuyena umsolo woqala yona ke yayingakhulumi ke ngokuthi ke wayegcinwe lapho ukuthi nje kwakuchaza noma ke ukuqinisekisa ukuthi wayekhona lapho umsolo woqala nokuthi wathatha ke lo confession kuyena.
But even on that OB, my lord, from Deep Loop, there was no entry indicating a complaint or something unusual, being assault or any form that would have occurred around this period of the taking of the confession by Colonel Mboto.
Kodwa ke nalapho ke kulokho ke akukho nje lapha khona ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso awayephambi koKenel Mboto umsolo woqala ukuthi khona awakusho awakhuluma ke Colonel Mboto ukuthi washaya.
I just want to show you exhibit NN, which are extra of the OB entries that we've referred to from Deep Loop police station, which appears on page 1, and from Vilera police station, which appears from page 2 onwards, and from Alberton police station, which appears from page 17.
Yes, my lord. So the first exhibit relates indeed to the report or an entry that was made on the 30th of May 2020 at 23:58.
Ukuqala ke ubhalwe ke lana mayelana naloko kwabhalwa ke ngazo date so nge-20 ka May 2020 isikhathi ke 23:58.
And it mentions the name of the accused as well as the colonel that took the confession.
Ibhaliwe ke igama lakhe umsola kanye futhi naye ke uKenel okuyena owathatha istatement kuyena.
Can you just place the whole contents on record? They are not yet over.
All right, my lord. So date is Saturday 2020/05/30. That is the date, my lord. And then the entry, the serial number is 2400 and time is 23:58. The report reads as follows: Colonel Mboto at Dukloof, room 1 at CSC, and confirm statement obtained from Muzi Sibiya from 1818 Muzi Squatter camp in Tembisa. Time in from 21:45 until now.
Lana ke imininingwane ke yayo ke le OB lena ukuthi kwangomgqibelo nge-30 zika May 2020 isikhathi ke u-23:58 ebusuku ke umbiko ke uKenel Mboto eDeep Loop room 1 eCSCS uyasho ke ukuthi istatement esathola kuyena ke umuzi ukhulelwa Sithemba Sibiya oka 1818 Busumuzi Squatter camp eThembisa isikhathi ke u-21:45 kuze kube manje.
Until now, will be the time of the entry. What is the time?
The time of the entry is 23:58, my lord.
isikhathi ke sibhaliwe lana ke ukuthi yabhala ninike lokho kwaku 2358.
Yes. And on page 2, you confirm that from page 2 up to about page 16, those are the entries from Vidara police station. They are already on record.
Yes, I do confirm, my lord.
Ukusuka ke na ke page 2 kuyofika ke page 16 yiloko ke mayelana ke nama entry nama okubhaliwe ke kwase Vidara police station.
I do confirm, my lord.
Yes. And from page 7 to 18, which also serves as exhibit KK before court, you confirm that those are entries from Alberton police station. It's 17 and 18.
17 and 18.
Yes.
Yes, I do confirm, my lord.
Ngiyaqinisekisa ke nokuthi ke page 17 no 18 kona ke okubhaliwe lapha ke mayelana ke ne police station yase Alberton.
I do confirm.
Thereafter, what happened?
So, insofar as accused one, my lord's confession, that was basically that. What proceeded were matters that were investigated pending against him. Insofar as the confessions that he made, my lord, I then followed further investigation to collaborate and see if one can collaborate the confessions that he made. So there were parallel investigation. Insofar as the confessions, it was to follow what was mentioned, to collaborate and obtain independent evidence. And then the matters that he was charged for were then proceeding in different courts, my lord.
Kwaba yilokho ke kumayelana ke nokugonyuluka kwakhe ke umsolo wokuqala amanye ke amacala ayiphathelene amanye amacala ke ayephenywa ngakuyena ke mina ngase ngiqhubeka ke nophenyo ke ukubheka ke ukuthi manje khona okunye engakuthola yini okungahlangana noma okuhlanganisa ke naloko ayesekhulumile ke lokho akhulumile kuyena ke uKenneth Mbotho namanye ke amacala la ayebhekene nawo aqhubeka ephenya.
Yes.
My lord, insofar as this matter that is before court, he was formally charged in October, I think 26th of October 2020. That is where the charges formally were brought for the first time against him, insofar as this matter that is before court.
Mayelana ke necala leli ke eliphambi kwenkantolo ke manje cabanga ukuthi ke uma esecharged noma ke esevela ke phambi kwenkantolo ngo-26 October 2020 esiyobingelela ke imanje manje ebingelela lona icala leli eliphambi kwenkantolo njengamanje.
And
yes,
and that arrest, my lord, took place after the matter was submitted to the DPP in the form of presentation after the collection of all evidence that was obtained, sent for the decision. A decision to indict the accused together with the other accused was issued. I then subsequently applied for the warrant of arrest J50s for the relevant accused, and such was then authorized and granted by the Boksburg Magistrate Court.
Lokho kwenzeka ke emuva kokuthi manje ke ufakazi sebuqoqiwe ke buhlanganisiwe bandawonye ke kwase kundluliselwa ke kwihhovisi labeshushisi elibizwa ngokuthi ke iDPP ukuthi ke bathathe ke isinqumo ke manje sokuthi bayashushisa noma cha. Emuva kwalokho ke la isinqumo esathathwa khona ke ngase ngenza ke isicelo ke sayo ke iwarrant of arrest ukuthi J50 lo isicelo leso ke eyisaba impumelelo ke enkantolo yase Boksburg. Base ke bayachargewa ke noma babingelela bayaboshwa ke kanye nabanye futhi abasolwa.
And do you still remember when they appeared in court?
I think it would have been, I'm not sure, my lord, either 26th or 27th of October 2020.
Ilanga noma idate ke anginayo isiqiniseko sayo kungabe kwakungeyi-26 noma ngeyi-27 ka-October 2020.
This will come back to this issue in due course. Before the accused appeared in court, we're talking about accused number 1. Was a statement obtained from him, a warning statement?
Yes, it was obtained. The warning statement was obtained from him. It was taken by me, my lord, and he signed, my lord, the said warning statement.
Ngaphambilini kokuthi ayovela ke enkantolo ingaba ke istatement la exwayiswa khona ke noma ke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke i-warning statement sathathwa yini kuyena umsolo wokuqala? Yebo, sathathwa yimina ke futhi.
We'll come back to this aspect also in due course. Now, as far as accused number 2 is concerned, when did you first become aware of his arrest?
On the 16th of June 2020, my lord, and that is when I was informed by Sergeant Mukande.
Ukwazi kwami ke ngokuboshwa kwakhe umsuku wesibili ke kona ke ngakwazi lokho nge-16 ka June 2020 ngikwaziswa uyena uSergeant Mukhane.
Yes, then what happened further?
My lord, I do know that I had a first interaction with accused number 2 on the 18th of June 2020 in Carltonville for the first time.
Engikwaziyo ke ukuthi ukuhlanganyela kwami ke noma ke ukuhlangana nami okokuqala ke kanye nomsolo wesibili ke kwakunge-18 ka June 2020 eCarltonville.
He was still in detention, my lord, and he was in a company of Sergeant Mopane and the late Sergeant Mapena.
Wayese sesitokisini ke ngaleso sikhathi ke futhi ke ekanye naye uSergeant Mopane no sengasekho noma owashona ke uSergeant Mapena.
My lord, I was introduced to him, whereby then I also introduced myself by showing him my appointment card, warn him according to his Section 35, Act 108 of 1996 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa.
Ngethula kuyena nami ke ngazethula ke kuyena ngokuthi ngimtshengise ke ikhadi lami elikhombisayo ke ukuthi ke ngiyiphoyisa ngase futhi ngimexwayiswa ke ngamalungelo akhe anawo ngokomthetho sisekelo u108 ka35 1996.
I felt, yes, just before we get to that, what led to you going to Carltonville on the 18th of June 2020?
It was the fact that Sergeant Mohane informed me that they will be going there for other investigations, but also in relation to a certain alibi that he may have given them in relation to this matter.
Umshushu sifisa ukwazi ukuthi kwakungani ke ukuthi uye khona ke eCarltonville ngazo i20 sika June 2020 ukuthi ke uSergeant Mukhane wangitshela ke ukuthi babe lapho ke beyokwenza ke uphenyo nokuthi ke futhi ababengitshele uyena umsolo wesibili ukuthi ke kukhona ke awayebanikeze khona ke esho ukuthi yena ke waye khona lapho kuleyo ndawo leyo.
Thank you. May continue.
My lord, so after the warning that was given to him in terms of Section 35, I established as to what he wants to do. It was clear, my lord, that he is prepared to talk to me without an attorney, and he didn't choose the right to remain silent, and he did not elect to remain silent, rather.
Emuva kokuthi ngexwayisileke senimchazeleke ngamalungelo akhe ke anawo kwacaca ke ukuthi ke wayengayimiseleke ukuthi ngase ngimbuza ukuthi uyimisele ukuthi yini ke ayinqumayo noma isinqumo sithathayo washo ukuthi wayengayimiseleke ukuthi angathula futhi wayengayimiseleke nokuthi futhi ke angathi abe nommeli.
Yes.
And just for record purposes, Brigadier, can you just place on record the warning that you administered to him in terms of Section 35?
My lord, it was the right to remain silent, the first one. Right not to give self-incriminating evidence.
The
right to an attorney, and if you cannot afford one, to have a state a state provide one for him at the state's expense.
Nokuthi ke unelungelo ke lokuthi abe nommeli uma kuwukuthi ke imali ke ayikho yokuthi ke akhokhele ummeli loyo ke ukuthi ke umbuso ungamaqokela ke ummeli umbuso uyakhokha ukhokhela loyo mmeli.
and a right to challenge the legality of his detention, and if so, the interest of justice permits that he should be released from such detention, my lord.
Nelungelo futhi ke lokuthi ke alwisane ke noma ke aphikisane ke nendlela ke ase agcinwe esitokisini ngayo nokuthi uma kuwukuthi ke ubulungiswa buvumela ke uma kukutholakala ukuthi ke akavalelwe ngendlela efanelekile ukuthi enelungelo lokuthi ke adedelwe.
Yes, my lord.
Iwona ke lawo.
Yes, what happened after you explained his rights to him?
My lord, after explaining his rights, I do recall that I had already told him, my lord, as well, that he was a person of interest, or rather I was sitting with information that indicates that he was also involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa.
Kodwa ke okunye ngifisa nje ukuthi ngikusho ukuthi ngase ngimtsheleleke ukuthi noma ke nginalo lwazi enginalo noma le information enginayo ke ukuthi ke naye ke uyambandakanyeka noma wayengxenyeke ekubulaweni kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa.
The response, my lord, was that he was at work specifically on the 26th of October 2014 when the said incident happened. He was able to give me that date out of his own, if I actually put it to him.
Ngaphambilini nje kokuthi ke idate le yange 26 October 2014 mina ngiyisho noma ngiyichaze kuyena ke yaphuma kuyena ke wathi yena ke nge26 ka October 2014 wayesemsebenzini.
Yes. My lord, and the workplace referred to was Sibanya mine, which I found them not far from there, so I requested that we enter the premises and go to the HR department with him, my lord.
Futhi ke indawo lena yomsebenzi ayekhuluma ngayo noma ayisho kwakuyisibanye mines eyangekudeke la esasikhona ke ngase ngicela ukuthi asiye khona ke siye ke kwa HR.
And the purpose, my lord, was to confirm this alibi he was giving us.
Injongo kwakuhamba ke siyoqinisekisa lokhu awayesitshela kona ke noma awayekusho kuthina ke ukuthi wayelapho.
Upon making inquiries, my lord, it was found that he was not there, my lord. In fact, he left the work premises on the 25th after clocking on duty for only 2 hours.
Kodwa ke uma sesilapho ke kwatholakala ke ukuthi cha kwakungasilona ke iqiniso lelo ukuthi ke ngazo i26 sika October 2014 wayengekho lapho emsebenzini esakuthola ukuthi ke wahamba ke ngazo i25 sika October 2014 emuva kokuthi ke eseqokile noma engenileke nje amahora amabili.
My lord, there was further no indication as to why he left in such a short notice given to us, my lord, in his presence.
Futhi ke okunye esingazange sikutholeke ukuthi kwakungani ukuthi ke washesha ke ukuthi ahambe noma ke isikhathi nje esincane lokho sikutshelwa ke ekhona ukuthi abakazi babengasazi izathu ukuthi ke asheshe ahambe.
I further learned, my lord, that he only returned to work I think around the 2nd or the 3rd of November 2020. So he was absent all the way until November, my lord. Sorry, not 2020, 2014.
2nd or the 3rd.
2nd or the 3rd of November 2014.
Okunye futhi ke engathola noma esakuthola ke ukuthi ke manje ngoba wayehambile ke ngazo i25 October 2014 wahamba ke wazi wayobuya mhlambe ngazo i2 noma i3 sika November 2014.
As a court, please, my lord, as we indicated earlier on, may this evidence be provisionally allowed, subject to either Mr. Mulder being recalled or an admission be made in this regard.
Yeah.
Regarding the clocking records and the leave arrangement for accused number 2.
Yes, Mr.
Yes. You may proceed.
No objection, no objection.
I have no objection, thank you.
No objection for provisional allowance.
No objection.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Mulder.
Yes. Henrik Mulder.
Yes. My lord, indeed, Mr. Mulder was the gentleman who was eventually assisting in disposing an affidavit to this effect, but on a different day. I think it was the 22nd of June when he gave the actual affidavit in relation to these findings.
Empeleni ke uMr Mulder lo ekhulunywa ngaye ke lana kwakuyena-ke owayesiza-ke mayelana-ke nale mininingwane-ke futhi-ke owathi-ke ngazo i-22 kuJuni-ke wase enikeza-ke ngaso-ke istatimende esifungelwe noma lokhu kuthiwa-ke i-affidavit.
Oh, yes, my lord. What also became clear when we were making inquiries is that in that facility, my lord, they have what they call a clocking system. So, for example, if you are not at work, but you are still within the premises of the mine, you'll have to clock in various gates, which dictate your movement, even when you go to the canteen, in other words, to have food. So when you are not inside the premises, because apparently the worker stays in those premises, they are able to detect that there was not lock-in in any of the entrances until the first locking was picked up around the 2nd or the 3rd of November. So in other words, it was said with beyond a reasonable doubt that the last time he was there was the 25th of October 2014 when he left after 2 hours reporting on duty and returning for the first time in either of the 2 days of November 2014.
Okunye futhi-ke esakuthola-ke ukuthi-ke khona lapho-ke uma usebenza lapho banale system-ke abayisebenzisayo-ke la ukulokha khona-ke awuklokhi nje kuphela-ke uma kuwukuthi usemsebenzini ngoba-ke sathola ukuthi abasebenzi-ke bahlala khona lapho noma kuwukuthi-ke uya e-canteen ukulokha khona-ke kwelinye lamagate noma kunamagate asetshenziswayo engena kuwona noma ukuthi-ke umuntu uyodla-ke uyaklokha. So kwatholakala-ke lokho ukuthi-ke ngesiqinisekiso-ke ukuthi-ke ilanga lokugcina awayengalo laphayana kwakungeyi-25 ka-October 2014 la aphuma khona-ke emuva kwamahora amabili wase futhi ebuya-ke kulama date amabili engiwashilo-ke ukuthi yi-2 noma yi-3 kuNovember 2014.
So in essence, my lord, the alibi was false.
Ukusho njena-ke ukuthi-ke lokho ayesitshele kona ukuthi ngelanga langeyi-26 October 2014 wayesemsebenzini kwakuwamanga.
My lord, I confronted him with this finding which were obvious before his presence and he could not give any other explanation, my lord.
Ngase mina-ke manje sengiqondana naye-ke mayelana nalokhu-ke manje esasikutshelwa-ke sikutshelwa ekhona-ke akazange akhoneke noma kwazi-ke ukuthi angichazele.
My lord, I further confronted him with the sketch plan that was in the docket, where it was alleged that 2 suspects went into the house. This is now when the incident took place. One was wearing a hoodie and the one had dreadlocks. So I confronted him with the second suspect that was wearing a hoodie.
Okay. Ngase manje-ke sengikhonana naye-ke noma sengikhulumisana naye-ke ngaso i-sketch plan esasiyingxenye yedokodo la khona-ke ekwakhulunywa ngabalisa ababili abangena endlini ukuthi-ke omunye wayenama-dreadlocks omunye-ke wayefake noma-ke egqoke ihoodie. Mina-ke ngaqondana naye-ke noma ngakhulumisana naye mayelana nalo owayegqoke ihoodie.
Yes, and I informed him, my lord, that I'm of the view or suspicion that the suspect depicted with the hoodie resembles him.
Ngase ngimtshela-ke ukuthi mina-ke owami-ke umcabango noma-ke iy'nsolo zami kwakuwukuthi-ke lona-ke ofake noma ogqoke ihoodie ufana naye.
We just want to show you the ID kit which has been headed up as exhibit exhibit BB.
Yes, my lord, it is the one that I showed you. And the accused on my left with the hoodie, that's the identity that I showed him.
Yona-ke lena-ke engamtshengisa yona-ke futhi-ke umsola lona-ke ongapho left wami-ke ogqoke ihoodie uyena-ke lo ngikhuluma ngaye.
Yes. My lord, the response that I recall was that he was aware of such a plan, a sketch plan. I don't know from where, but he said he was aware and he think it's a question of mistaken identity.
Engikhumbulayo ekusho-ke ukuthi-ke wayenalo-ke ulwazi lesi sketch plan engazi-ke ukuthi wayelithole kuphi-ke kodwa wakusho-ke nokuthi-ke nje ucabanga nje ukuthi cha kwenziwa iphutha-ke.
My lord, I warned him again for with his constitutional rights again and advised him that it will be in his best interest to tell the truth as these things, the alibis which are not materializing we'll work against him at the later stage and said we can leave it at that.
Ngase ngimxwayisa futhi ke ngawo kamalungelo akhe ke futhi sengimtshela ke futhi ke ukuthi ke kuzomsiza ke ukuthi manje ke akhulume ke iqiniso ngoba ke lokhu akuchilo ukuthi yena ke wayekuphi ke akusebenzile kuyatholakala ukuthi ke futhi akusilona iqiniso nokuthi lokhu ke kusengahamba hambeke kusetshenziswe ngakuyena.
My Lord, as I was walking away, I was then called back. I think one of the members, the sergeant, called me back and says, accused number 2 wants to speak to me.
Ngase sishoke ukuthi ke asikiyeke noma sikushiye lapho ke ngathi ke uma sengihamba ke ngabizwa omunye ke koza kwethu noma ke osagent laba ababili ke bethi ke umsolo wake ufisa ukukhuluma nami.
My Lord, when I went back to him, the utterances he made were tantamounting to confession as well.
Uma sengibuyela kuyena ke lokho akusho ungasho ke ukuthi ke manje kwakusekugonyuluka.
I warned him again, my Lord, in light of what he was saying and the fact that such can be used against him. He said he understands, but he just wants to tell the truth because the lies are not working for him.
Ngase ngimxwayisa ke ukuthi ke ngimxwayisa futhi ke ngimtshela ke futhi ukuthi lokho kungasetshenziswa ke ngakuyena ke nanje ngobufakazi wathi ke uyakuzwa ke lokho noma ke uyakuzwisisa ke nokuthi ke ufisa nje ukuthi akhulume iqiniso ngoba ke amanga awamsebenzeli.
My Lord, I also established that he was, during our interaction, prepared also to make a confession to an independent police officer or official.
Futhi ke masikhulumisana ke futhi ngathola ke ukuthi wayemisele ke ukuthi ke ayokhuluma ke nephoyisa ke lalingahlangene ke nalokho.
Just a minute.
We parted, my Lord, with the understanding that I will arrange such an officer and then arrange with Sergeant, or rather inform Sergeant Mokane to take him or make arrangements for him to be taken to such an independent officer once such has been found.
Sahlukana ke ngokuthi ngambizo kwenzaka isiqinisekiso ke ukuthi ke kuyenzeka ke lokho noma ke siyamthola ke umuntu nokuthi ke futhi ke uSergeant Mokane wayezomhambisa ke noma uSergeant Mokane ke aqiniseke aqenzeke isiqinisekiso sokuthi ke uyahanjiswa uma ukuthi loyo muntu leyo usetholakele.
These utterances, my Lord, prior to us departing from each other were made by accused number 2 free and voluntarily, and there was no undue influence of Juris, my Lord.
Lokho akusho ngaphambilini kokuthi sihlukaneke kushiwo yena umsolo wesibili wakusho ekhululekile uphuma kuyena futhi ke kungekho nje ukuthi ke ube nomthelela engasiwona ke noma ke ongalindelekile noma ongemuhle.
My Lord, I then left. I think I arrived with Sergeant Mokola, and then I left back to the Gauteng province.
Ngabushiya ke khona lapho ngase ngibuyela ke isifunda seGauteng.
I made numerous calls, my Lord, trying to find an officer that could be available, but eventually, I think at midnight or morning hours of the 19th, I was able to find Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
Ngixhumeneke nabantu ke abahlukeneke ngokuthi ke ngenhloso noma injongo yokuthi ke ngithole ke umuntu owayezosiza noma ezolekelela ke kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi ke kwakusebusuku noma ke entathakusa ngathola ke uLieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
He advised me, my Lord, that he can assist and that the accused 2 should be brought to Moroka ACPS that morning, and they will meet him there.
Washo ke ukuthi angakusona ke isimo sokuthi angalekelela noma angasiza ke nokuthi ke umsolo wesibili ke uzocela ukuthi ke alethwe ke epolice station yaseMoroka uzohlangana naye lapho.
My Lord, I did the same exercise as I did with Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe, whereby I connected both parties, not with Sergeant Mokane, with Lieutenant Colonel Rapado, as he'll be the one that will be transporting accused number 2 to Moroka.
Ngenza ke ngalendlela engangenze ngayo ke kuyena phakathi kwakhe uLieutenant Colonel Hadebe kanye naye uSergeant Mokane nakuyena ke uLieutenant Colonel Rapadu kanye noMokane ngenza ngalendlela ukuthi ke ngikhulumisane nabo bobabili ke nanje ngokuthi uMokane kwakuyena wayezomhambisa.
I also know, my lord, that on that day, accused number 2 was scheduled to appear in Phosphorus, to be taken to Phosphorus court, insofar as the briefing that was given to me by Sergeant Mufane.
Ngokwalokho ke engakutshelwa uyena ke uSergeant Mukhane ngangazi ke ukuthi ngalelo langa lelo ke Msolo wesibili bakufanele ukuthi ke ayobingelela imantshi kwinkantolo yase Phosphorus.
Just a minute. Yes.
My lord, it is also prudent to mention that the reason of his detention on the 16th of June 2020 was in relation, I think, to a murder case of Nongoma, not this matter before court.
Futhi ngicabanga ukuthi ke kufanelekile ukuthi ngikusho ke ukuthi ukugcina kwakhe noma ke uba sesitokisini kwakhe ke ngazo i-16 June 2020 kwakumayelana ke necala lokubulala la kwaNongoma kungasilona leli icala eliphambi kwenkantolo njengamanje.
He too, my lord, was arraigned together with accused number 1 in October 2014, when they then made their first appearance in Boksburg in relation to this matter for the first time.
Naye ke nanjengaye ke umsola woqala ke bavela ke ngazo i-26 ku-October 2014 kuyona inkantolo yase Boksburg.
And it was after also, my lord, the warrant of arrest in relation to this matter was issued and executed, where now he then made a first appearance in Boksburg Magistrate Court.
Nakuyena ke kwakusemva kokuthi ke kusekwenziwe ke isicelo ukuthi ke kutholakale ke incwadi ke egunyazisa ke ukuboshwa kwakhe abakubiza ngokuthi ke i-warrant of arrest ukuthi ke seyobingelela ke imantshi eBoksburg.
If I can take you to the events of the 19th of June 2020.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, can we focus on that?
Noted, my lord. My lord, then in the morning I was informed by Sergeant Mukhane that indeed accused number 2 was taken to Colonel Rapadu at Moroka.
Ngazo ke i-19 lezo ke ngatshelwa ke uyena uSergeant Mukhane ukuthi impela ke umsola wesibili ke wahanjiswa ke wayohlangana naye ke uKolonel Rapadu eMoroka.
My lord, it is also important to mention that Colonel Rapadu also was independent from this investigation.
Kubalekile ke nokusho ke ukuthi ke uyena uKolonel Rapadu ke wayengahlangene ke nalo uphenyo lolu.
Furthermore, that I have never worked with him in my entire career, my lord.
Nokuthi ke angikaze njengiyiphoyisa ke ngisebenze naye uKolonel Rapadu.
And then lastly, my lord, that the first time I actually spoke to him was telephonically. And the first time I actually laid eyes or saw his face, it was when I went to collect the confession form in his Enadin office, I think 2 days after, but it's depicted in the statement that he gave me. So that was the first time we actually came face to face.
Nokuthi ke futhi kokuqala ngikhulumisana naye ke wangelanga ngikhuluma naye ke sikhuluma ke ngocingo. Nokuthi okokuqala ngibonana naye ke ukuthi kwakungelanga ngiya ke kwi-office lakhe ke eNadale. Ngicabanga ukuthi ke amalanga amabili ke seqedile ke ukuthatha istatement lesi kumsolo wesibili ila ngaqala khona ke ukuthi ngimbone noma sibonane.
I want to show you a document
which has been handed up as Exhibit HH. Let me just identify that for the court.
Yes, my lord. So it is indeed the pro forma that I received from Colonel Rapadu, as well as his statement
iyona-ke i-proforma lena-ke engayithola kuyena uKenneth Raphathu kanye nestatimende sakhe.
Yes, the second exhibit, my lord, relates to the statement made by Colonel Rapat. He also gave it to me together with the proforma and its annexures, my lord.
Lena-ke ifomi-ke iyona-ke lena anginikeza yona-ke uKenneth Raphathu ihamba nayo-ke iproforma kanye nestatimende.
Yes, what happened further?
My lord, Colonel Rapadu informed me, I think it was just before or very close to 12 midday, that it was done. This was telephonically, and that I should come and obtain or get this proforma at his NRDL office, my lord.
Wangitshela-ke ngicabanga ukuthi nje kwakungaphambilini nje ukuthi-ke kumbane-ke ihora le-12 ukuthi-ke useqedile-ke yena uKenneth Raphathu nokuthi-ke angize ngizothatha-ke yona-ke ifomu noma iproforma lena kwihhovisi lakhe elise-NRDL.
My lord, I was also told such by Sergeant Mukhane, and I was told that they are now proceeding to Phosphorus Court for the first appearance of accused number 2.
Lokho-ke ngakutshela nawe yena-ke uSergeant Mukhane nokuthi manje-ke babesendleleni-ke eya enkantolo ePhosphorus lakhona-ke umsolo wesibili wayeyobingelela-ke imantshi ihlandla lokuqala.
My lord, I was later informed that insofar as the Phosphorus matter, the matter was not enrolled.
Ngatshelwa-ke ukuthi mayelana nalelo cala lelo abebelihambela beyela-ke enkantolo kwatholakala ukuthi-ke alukho kuhla lwamacala lwalelo langa enkantolo.
Are you familiar with that matter that was not enrolled?
My lord, I was told, I am familiar in the sense that I know it related to drugs-related offenses, but the one that he was charged for, sorry, my lord, I beg your pardon, the Nongoma, it's a matter of Nongoma. Yes, I'm familiar with it. That's the charge he was arrested for. But I know that in Phosphorus, he was also, they were trying to combine him with another matter that was already on the roll in that matter, my lord, in that court, sorry.
Engikwaziyo ukuthi yebo-ke nginolwazi-ke nginalo-ke mayelana necala leli-ke lokubulala lokwaNongoma, kodwa-ke engikwaziyo futhi ukuthi-ke ePhosphorus babe inhloso yabo kwakuthi-ke bahlanganise-ke kanye nelinye futhi-ke icala-ke awayebhekene nalo.
And also the intention, my lord, I know that it was to place him insofar as the Nongoma matter and transfer him back to KZN, my lord.
Okunye futhi engikwaziyo-ke ukuthi-ke leli lakwaNongoma-ke icala-ke babehlose ukuthi-ke bahambiseke ukuthi aye khona-ke eKZN.
Yes.
My lord, we then...
what transpired?
The matter was not enrolled, my lord, as I said. And then, insofar as the court proceedings, that's what I was told.
Mayelana-ke nalokho kwenzeka-ke enkantolo yilokho-ke ekwashiwo kumina-ke ukuthi-ke icala lalingekho-ke kuhla lwamacala.
And the docket, where is it currently?
It is available, my lord. At the time when Sergeant Mukhane testified, we were struggling to find it because it was reassigned to another member, but it has subsequently been found, my lord, so it's available. That is now the Nongoma matter. The one of Phosphorus, my lord, it went to the prosecution for decision, and there seems to be a struggle in locating it, but the Nongoma docket is available, my lord.
Leli-ke elakwaNongoma idokodo lona-ke litholakele-ke okwenzeka-ke ngesikhathi uSergeant Mukhane enikeza ngobufakazi bakhe-ke kwakuwukuthi idokodo lelo linikezwe enye imembe noma elinye-ke iphoyisa kodwa selize latholakala-ke kodwa icala leli lona-ke lase-Phosphorus lalihanjisiwe idokodo lelo lona-ke lalihanjisiwe linikezwe abeshushisi ukuthi kuthathwe-ke isinqumo alikatholakali-ke manje namakazi wakhe ukuthi likuphi nendawo.
Yes, and what is its current status, the Nongoma docket?
My lord, is under investigation on our side because accused number 2 is still a person of interest in that matter.
Lelo icala lakwaNongoma lisaphenywa-ke ngakolwethu-ke uhlangothi-ke ngoba-ke umsolo wesibili-ke kuse umuntu-ke obhekiwe-ke mayelana nalelo cala lelo sisaliphenya.
Did you say the intention was that the Nongoma matter will also be enrolled on the 19th of June 2020?
Yes, and transferred them to Nongoma, my lord. And the reason for that particular reason, my lord, it was established that in Nongoma there was already a suspect in custody for the same matter, so it was basically to put them together. But it seems the prosecution had a different view in terms of what was contained in the docket, hence it was not enrolled.
Mayelana-ke nalo icala lakwaNongoma ngishilo-ke ukuthi-ke inhloso kwakuwukuthi-ke nalo-ke libe kuhla lwamacala-ke bese liyandluliselwa-ke lokuhlelwa khona kwaNongoma noma-ke e-KZN ngoba-ke wayesekhona-ke umsolwa owayesengaphakathi esitokisini kulona lelo cala-ke manje babebheke ukuthi-ke base bayabahlanganisa-ke kulona icala lelo kodwa kabonakala-ke ukuthi-ke abashushisi-ke manje bona-ke banovo oluhlukile-ke ingakho-ke lingabanga khona-ke kuhla lwamacala ngalelo langa lelo.
Yes, and the cast number for the Nongoma docket?
Yeah, my lord, I wouldn't know. I think I know it's 163. Oh, I don't remember the month and the year.
163 163 inyanga-ke kanye nonyaka angikhumbulike kulona leli lakwaNongoma.
I just want to show you Exhibit VV, which has been handed up by the defense. Are you familiar with the document?
Yes, my lord, I am. It does reflect the case number that I referred to. So I see it's 163 of 10, 2018, my lord.
Ngiyabona ukuthi case number lana-ke 163 10 2018 kuleli lakwaNongoma icala.
Although, my lord, I don't know how this was found. I'm not so sure about the ethical procedure of finding it. I really don't know. But anyway, the case number is correct. I'm just concerned as to how it was printed. Because information of the police, I don't know how it ended up in the defense hand, because this is not how we communicate such information. We would have gladly given it to them. So I'm suspicious of the manner in which this person, if it is indeed this person, generated this printout. However, the cast number, I do recall, is the correct one.
Lana-ke, i-case number lena-ke ngasho ukuthi iyona-ke. Insolo zami-ke kuphela-ke ukuthi-ke yindlela-ke lemininingwane lena etholakele ngayo ukuthi-ke uma kuwukuthi-ke uyena-ke lo muntu-ke obhaliwe-ke khona la ngoba-ke akusiyona-ke indlela thina-ke si-communicate ngayo siyamaphoyisa-ke ngoba ukuba kuwukuthi bayicelile-ke noma bayifunile kuthina-ke sathi sizobanika kodwa hhayi ngale ndlela-ke esiprintwe ngayo noma ekhishwe ngayo.
Particularly, my lord, because I know the investigating officer who was dealing with this matter up to the time it was finalized that side, and it's not the person mentioned here.
Nakuthi futhi-ke umphenyi-ke waleli cala-ke ngiyamazi-ke kwaze kwayisikhathi lakhona-ke icala leli liqedwa khona-ke ngale futhi kungasiyena-ke lona obhaliwe noma ola.
Has that matter since been finalized?
Yes, it's been finalized, and the person that was, at the time when we were busy, that was on the road, has been convicted, my lord. But also that person statements was obtained by us. That was in relation to this investigation, the matter before court, and that statement was attached in the docket, which has been disclosed to the defense, and also in relation to your question about this matter. So that person has been sentenced.
Lana-ke yebo ngishilo ukuthi icala leli selaphethwa-ke nokuthi-ke futhi lo muntu-ke walahla-ke icala leli awayebhekene nalo-ke futhi nestatement-ke sasithola-ke kuloyo muntu loyo mayelana-ke nolo daba lolu siliphenyayo kanye futhi nalolu-ke oluphambi kwayo-ke inkantolo lena.
And he is known, my lord, to accuse 1 and 2.
Futhi-ke lo muntu lona-ke u-accuse number 1 noma umsolo wokuqala nowesibili bayamazi.
Yes, you may proceed.
So then, my lord, later then we arranged, because there was an issue of the hoodie that was depicted there, that there will be a follow-up made to find that hoodie. That is now on the 19th of the proceeding. So we agreed that we will meet in, I think it's Northwest, to follow up the hoodie. I instructed Sergeant Mohane to meet me at the police station of Phuking SAPS, my lord.
Okunye futhi-ke kwakuwukuthi-ke manje kwakusethathwe nesinqumo-ke ukuthi manje kwavela-ke lolu daba lwale hoodie ebitshengisiwe ke khona lana ukuthi ke manje kuzoyobhekwa yona ke ihudi leyo ngase ngikhulumisana noma sengisho ke kuyena Sergeant Mukhane ukuthi ke asihlanganeke epolice station yasePhukeng.
My Lord, I do know also that he made a report to me that I think there was something that Sergeant Mabena forgot, so they had to go to Moroka SCPS back to look for something, but then later, which was much later, we met, they found me at Phukeng police station.
Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi kukhona akusho kumina uSergeant Mukhane ukuthi kukhona ke lokho okwaphohlwa uyena uSergeant Mabena khona ke eMoroka kodwa ke mase sihambile ke isikhathi sahlangana khona epolice station yasePhukeng.
My Lord, I requested, obviously after reporting and following all the formalities of the ACPS, I requested the cluster section of that area, insofar as the address that we wanted to go to accompany us to the said address together with accused number 2, and of which they did.
Emuva kokuthi konke sekwenziwe ke ku-police station leyo ke esafikela kuyona ke ngase ngicela ke ukuthi ke i-cluster ke eyalapho noma ke ophethe ke lapho ke ukuthi ke basiphelezele ke ukuthi siye ke kukheli lelo ke noma la esasihlose ukuthi siye khona sihamba naye umsolo wesibili.
My Lord, we arrived at a certain residential area which was identified by accused number 2, where the members then went in to search for such a woody. I was outside making calls, my Lord.
Safika ke kuleyo ndawo leyo ke indawo leyo esayitshengiswa uyena umsolo wesibili. Amalunga ke noma ke ama-member ke angena ke ngaphakathi ke eyosesha ke noma eyobheka yona ke ihudi mina ngasala ngaphandle ngoba ngangenza ke ama-calls.
So upon your arrival at Phukeng, where did you start?
At the police station, my Lord, Phukeng SCPS.
Uma sifika ePhukeng saqala epolice station.
What time?
Yo, my Lord, it would be in the evening. But prior to midnight, I'm not sure about the time. The timeline, my Lord.
Anginaso ke isiqiniseko sesikhathi kodwa kwakusebusuku ke kodwa kwangaphambi nje ukuthi ke libumbane ke ihora ke leshumi nambili.
Yes.
So yes, my Lord. So I said then they then went in, my Lord. They were also in the company of the local police officers. In other words, officers from Phukeng who then went in as well.
Bangena ke uma bengena lapho ke babehamba nawo ke amaphoyisa asePhukeng.
I was later informed, my Lord, that the hoodie could not be found, but what was found was ammunition that the accused 2 could not explain or produce a license to possess such.
Ngatshelwa ke ukuthi ke ihudi ke le ababeyibheka abazange bayithola kodwa okwatholakala ke kwatholakala inhlamvu lezo ke abathi uma bembuza ngazo ke umsolo wesibili ke akakhonanga ke ukuthi abachazele ngazo.
My Lord, the process was then followed to open a case of possession of unlicensed ammunition, and the docket of Phukeng was then opened and assigned to Sergeant Mukhane to carry on with that investigation.
Kwase kuvulwa ke idokodo manje noma sekulandelwa ke intelo ke ukuthi kuvulwe ke idokodo noma icala ke mayelana nokutholakala kwalezo inhlamvu lezo nokuthi ke uSergeant Mukhane aqhubekeke ukuthi kube uyena ke owenza lelo phenyo lelo.
My Lord, he was initially detained at Phukeng as the requirements so detect and then transferred to Primrose SAPS. And in those detention in Phukeng as well as the receiving police station, that is Primrose, he was both detained and booked out with no injuries and also received at Primrose with no complaints and injuries.
Nokuthi njengoba ke inhlelo ke kulindele ukuthi kwenzeke ukuthi ke wase faka khona ke stokisini ePhukeng nokuthi ke manje usezondluliselwa ke ePrimrose. Bona omabili ke lama police station uma egcinwa khona lapho ke bemamukela na futhi nesebemkhipha nangale bemthatha ke ePrimrose kwathola kwabhaliwe ukuthi cha wayengalimele.
Yes. So I wanted to say, my Lord, I know this because the copies of the OBs in the relevant stations were also obtained, and I believe it was made available to the defense as well.
Ngiyakwazi ke lokho ngoba ke amakhophi alama police station amabili ke engikhuluma ngawo ke uma manje ngayo ke iPhukeng kanye futhi nayo ke iPrimrose ngawathola ke futhi ke nabameli nawo ke bawathola.
Furthermore, my lord, I'll just take the court back. Insofar as Moroka SAPS, he was not detained, my lord, but for the ease of reference or at the request of the defense, we also drew the OB and I think SAP 14 from Moroka, which clearly indicates that he was never detained in Moroka SAPS, except for the taking of the confession.
Okunye futhi ke ngokuya kwakhe ke eMoroka ngaleli langa ke aya khona ke ngalo nalapho ke bashoyile ke noma kubhaliwe ukuthi wayengavalelwe ke khona lapho kwakukuthi nje yebo wayeyileke nalokho ke ama copy akhona ke nawo ke sawatholayo.
You mentioned that copies of the occurrence book both from Bukem police station were obtained.
That is correct, my lord.
Primrose.
That is correct, my lord.
Just want to show you exhibits PP1 and PP2. Let's see if we can just identify.
Yes, they are, my lord. It is indeed the detention. It is the exhibit PPG that I referred to, my lord, both in terms of the ACP 10 as well as the ACP 14, the detention register.
Iyona ke iregister lena ke ekhuluma ke ngokugcinwa ke noma kuvalelwa kwakhe ke khona lapho iyona ke lena bethe uPP 10 okay uPP exhibit 1 PP1 kanye no PP2.
Yes, and my lord, it relates to the entry that was made at King police station when first accused number 2 was detained and then later transferred to Primrose.
Lana ke ekhuluma ke ngayo ke i-police station le yase Phukeng la khona ke ewaye egcinwe evalelwe khona ke wase endluliselwa ePrimrose.
And it also reflects the case number that was opened there, my lord, which is Phukeng case 118/06/2020 for possession of live ammunition.
Lana ke bese ke ne case number ibhaliwe ke eku1 ikala lelo elavulwa ke lapho eli 118/06/20 ukutholakala ke nezinhlamvu.
I just want to show you exhibit MM2A, which are the AVL records. For the vehicle used by Sergeant Mukhani. Do you still remember which vehicle he was using?
Yes, I do, my lord. He was using a white Toyota Fortuner. I think the registration starts with BF, but I don't know when I see the registration numbers. It is an official vehicle, my lord.
Ngiyazi ke ukuthi uSergeant Mukhani imoto ayisebenzisa Toyota Fortuner ngiyazi ukuthi nje ikala ngo BF kodwa ke uma ngiyibona ke ngizoyazi ukuthi iyona ke ama number lawo.
If I can draw your attention to the AVL report for the date 19 June 2020 at 21:53 and 25 seconds.
Yes.
Repeat attentions.
21:53 and 20 seconds.
Okay. Yes, so I see it says the date, my lord, is 2020-06-19-21:53, GPS unlocked, Booking SAPS, my lord.
Ngiyabona ke la kubhaliwe ngazo i19 kuJune 2020 isikhathi ke u21:53 ama seconds awu25 bese kubhala ke GPS unlocked
and
Booking SAPS.
What would that time be?
It's 21. The time depicted here, my lord, is 21:53, 25 seconds.
It's on against party less 21:53, my seconds out 25.
Yes, you mentioned that you first went to the police station in Peking.
Yes. So this will be the time when we were there, my lord. I understand the question.
Ngiyawuzwa kumbuzo manje ke isona ke isikhathi lesi esasise police station ngaso.
Yes, there's also the time reflected when you arrived at the house. It's the next page.
Yes, so that will be 22:33. Yeah, the vehicle then was switched off, my lord. So it's on the same date, 2020-06-19, 22:33 with 41 seconds. The vehicle was then switched off at this Freedom Park. That is the residential area where the house, or rather the place that accused number 2 identified as his place of residence.
Ngazo i-19 kuJune 2020 isikhathi ke u-22:33 ila ibonisa ikutshengisa khona ukuthi imoto yaqishwa ke ile yandlu ke khona eFreedom Park ile esayikhonjiswa uyena ke umsolwa wesibili.
And what time did you leave Peking on the day in question?
My lord, it will be after midnight, because if one look at the exhibit that we just looked at now, that is PP1, exhibit PP1, my lord, one will see that accused number 2 was detained at 0040. In other words, it was already the 20th. The date is 2020-06-20. So that morning, 0040, he was detained formally and then transferred at 0045. So we would have left, okay, I think around midnight, my lord.
Ukuhamba
Freedom Park now, sorry.
Mase sihamba khona ke eFreedom Park ke lokho bakusese muva ke ukuthi ke ligamengxe ke eleshumi nambili ihora ngiyathakusa ke ngoba uma ubheka ke lana uma edetained noma ke evalelwa ke khona kule police station yasePhuken isikhathi sithi 0040 uma esendluliselwa ke ePrimrose u0045.
We'll get now to the entries from Primrose Police Station, Exhibit QQ, just after the long adjournment.
Yes, my lord. My lord, I also forgot to mention something that insofar as the alibi that accused 2 gave, that is the first alibi to say he was at work on the day of the incident, which was found to be false. There was also another alibi given to us that says he was in Gwanongoma specifically, and he drew some money through a Capitec.
Okay. Okunye nje engikhohliwe ukuthi ngikusho mayelana nalokho okwashiwa uyena ke umsolo wesibili ukuthi ke ngelanga ke lesigameko le yena ke wayesemsebenzini kwase kutholakala ukuthi lokho kwangasilona iqiniso. Phindile ke washo ukuthi ke yena ke waye kwaNongoma washo ke nokuthi ke wasebenzisa uCapitec la ayekhipha khona imali.
Section 205 were done, my lord, which were then disclosed to the defense, and it was found it is not true.
Kunesicelo ke lokho ababiza ukuthi section 205 owenziwa ke amameli bakunikwa ke lokho kwatholakala ke nalapho ukuthi ke bangasilona iqiniso.
In essence, my lord, this was the second alibi found to be false.
Engishoyo ke manje ukuthi kwakuwo kwesibili ke lokho asitshela khona ke okwatholakala ukuthi akusona iqiniso.
And what is prudent, my lord, it was said by accused number 2 while he was presented by the counsel before this court. So it was legal advice, and they put it as his alibi that they requested us to follow. Such was followed and found to be false.
Okunye futhi ke ukuthi lokho umsolo wesibili ukusho nkathi ke enommeli noma ke ekhona umuntu omeleke phambi kwalenkantolo sase siyacelwa ke ukuthi ke asilandeleleke noma sibhekeke lokho okuyinto esayenza.
The Capitec bank statements were handed up in the main trial as exhibit DD Annex 1. They will be shown to you in due course.
Yes, my lord.
As a court, please, my lord, will this be an appropriate time to take the long adjournment? The heat is taking its toll. Can we just take
2 o'clock.
Good day, guys. Good day, guys. Good day, guys. There's a lot that Gininda is actually revealing today. He's actually talking much about Ntanzi, and he's actually talking more about the him agreeing to certain things and everything. So he's actually painting a picture that everything went well and everything was that. But now, remember, in the process, you will contradict other statements that were made by the others. I don't know. How you are saying, did Mohani tell you that the Fortuna was stuck at Alberton? Exactly. That's another thing. Who was he taking to Alton? That's another thing. There are too many things that that the defense must work on. This is the main man. This is the one that we're looking for. Defense must wake up. Defense must actually get their hands on deck. I didn't see Mshololo today in court. I don't know where she is, but I know that she will actually be there. I'm sure very soon she'll be there. So I don't know when they say this guy is and was following this case. Yeah, he was following the case. You're right. Gininda was actually following the case. Gininda, you can actually see, is not somebody who is actually he wants to make sure that he polishes what others were messing up, because they sit down with Baloyi. Because remember, everyone who is coming in is coached in a way that when they say it, it comes out perfectly well. So yeah. Come here saying those statements are still being requested, that Gigi is wrong. Oh yeah. And there are some dockets and there are some things that, remember, they said Gininda is having them. Remember those things that were needed, the dockets, the OBs, all those things, that the dockets, all those things. People were referring those things to say Gininda, Brigadier Gininda is having them. So we want to see all those things, guys. We really want to see all those things. Maketile is saying, but Uzo Crusher, don't worry. Zizokal. Definitely, guys, you know one thing. One thing that I've noticed is this. The more these guys keep on talking, the more they mess up. Let's go back to where the accused was actually talking about the issue of chains. They all got chains, and I'm sure they are now getting a punishment because of what happened yesterday. They are now getting a punishment because of what happened yesterday. And those guys who are supposed to be escorting them, they are actually doing things which are not right. I'm sure people, sometimes you need to actually find out what is the best way and what is the best thing that the the judge can also do in such a scenario. Since he was saying he doesn't know what to do, his hands are tied, he doesn't even know exactly how the law works in that side. I don't know. But guys, let's just meet again after this long adjournment, and let's see how the case is going to go down. All right, guys. You can send your voice note about what do you think about Gininda, the mastermind.
As a good please, my lord, my learned friend has just indicated that he wants to raise an objection. I don't know what the nature of the objection is. Advocate Ngomezulu.
It relates to the second alibi. To the second alibi that the state is, the witness is referring to.
Yeah.
Is the evidence that has been had in the main trial. I don't see the reason why it is introduced to the trial within the trial.
So,
well, my lord, the witness linked this to the defenses that were proffered by the accused, that after all the defenses had basically fallen flat, he then decided to make a clean breast of everything. My lord. We submit that that evidence is admissible, as it shows that after the accused had realized that all his defenses have fallen flat, he decided to come clean.
wasn't it raised by the accused himself, not defense?
Yes. Indeed, that's what the witness said.
That's what I understand, Mr. Ngomezulu, that it was raised by the accused person himself after having proffered the first defense, which was an alibi, which, according to this witness, proved unsustainable. And thereafter, according to Mr. Brigadier Gininda, I think it's Mr. Ramasepidi, then proffered a second alternative to say they can check the defense which is proffered by the accused, when he says that on that very day, on the 26th, he was in Nongoma and he transacted a Capitec account. I think it's admissible.
I was under the impression that evidence was led in the main trial.
No. This witness was not in the main trial.
Yes.
Okay.
And yes, my lord, I remember he was not on the main trial.
Right.
But the evidence that was put in the form of a version was in the main trial.
Yes, quite.
Yes.
Quite.
But since we started with the trial within the trial, nothing has been said on all the state witnesses relating to the second alibi of accused number.
No, you're right.
Yes.
It's the brigadier who's mentioning it. And he mentions it in the process of, I don't know, the state trying to show that that alibi, the person, that second alibi is not sustainable. We can argue that.
Yes.
We're still entitled to argue. Okay, but at this stage, I think it is admissible.
God, please.
Okay.
That's a good place, my lord. Brigadier, you referred to the entries from Primrose Police Station, which serve as Exhibit QQ before this court. Do you have the original entry there?
That is correct, my lord. I do have the original OP, and I did refer to those entries, my lord.
Yes.
Thank you. Then you also referred to the clocking records of the accused, which serve as Exhibit DD in the main trial, as well as the leave of absence of accused number 2. Just want to show you Exhibit DD. Or Exhibit DD in the main trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you just identify Exhibit DD?
Yes, my lord. These are the clocking records in Exhibit DD in relation to accused number 2, as well as his picture is depicted on the front page, my lord.
Lena-ke iyona imininingwane yakhe umsolo wesibili mayelana-ke ne-system lena yasemsebenzini wakhe la kulokhwa khona, futhi-ke nesithombe sakhe sikhona la.
As a good place, my lord, we don't have Exhibit DD in the trial within a trial. We just request that it retain its status as Exhibit DD in the trial within the trial.
Okay.
Then you also refer to the bank statements of accused number 2 from Capitec Bank. Just want to show you exhibit DD1 in the main trial. Can you identify exhibit DD1?
Yes, my lord. Exhibit DD1 contains bank statements of accused number 2 together with the front page. In other words, before the bank statement starts, it contains his identity document, the old ID card with his picture, ID number, and full names. And that is in relation to accused number 2.
Lana ke sorry bank statement ke yakhe umamsola wesibili futhi ke lana ke kufakiwe ke necopy ke yayo i-ID yakhe nemininingwane yakhona.
And it relates to the second alibi that was found to be false.
Lokhu kumayelana ke nale nkulumo yakhe yesibili ke la ayasho khona ukuthi waye kuphi kwatholakala ukuthi qamba amanga.
Looking at exhibit DD1, are there any transactions shown on the day in question?
On the 27th, my lord, there are no transactions. I know because I went through this document.
Ngiyazi ke ngoba ke
27th of October 2014.
Ngiyazi ngoba ngike ngayibheka la document ukuthi ke nge-27 ka October 2014 akukho la isho khona ukuthi ke la awayokhipha imali khona ke la ashilo yena ukuthi wayikhipha khona.
Thank you. If we can then get back to your evidence, you have just referred to the OB entries from Primrose on the 20th. Is there anything of importance that happened on the 21st?
Yes, my lord. So perhaps on the 20th, yes, I can confirm. Maybe let me start on the 20th, my lord, that he was indeed received, as I alluded in my evidence before, as per this OB now from Primrose. The time is 04:30. That's when he was received from Primrose. At Primrose SAPS from Pukeng, my lord. So that is the first entry at 04:30.
Lana ke ngazo u20 lezo ke isikhathi ke u4:30 ila amukelwa khona ke police station yase Primrose ebuya ePhukeng.
Then my lord, on the 21st of June 2020 at 22:50, he was then charged, in other words, formally charged in preparation of his first appearance in Pukeng court. So he was charged by Sergeant Mohane, and the time was 22:50 with OB reference number 2029.
Lana ke okwesibili ke ukuthi nge21 ka June 2020 isikhathi ke u22:50 ila khona ke manje esecharge khona ke uyena uSergeant Mukhane incwadi ke number yayo ke iOB. Okay, sorry. 2029 is the number yeOB.
And he was charged, my lord, in relation to the Pukeng matter, possession of unlicensed ammunition.
Lana ke amaqala wayewathwesa ngomicala awayethwesa ilelo lokutholakala ke neinhlamvu lasePhukeng.
Then, my lord, on the 22nd of June 2020 at 7:15, under entry 2065, he was booked out by Sergeant Mukhane for court, in other words, to make his first court appearance in Thabang, that is the jurisdiction of Pukeng.
Base kuthi ke ngazo i22 ku June 2020 isikhathi ke u7:15 ila akhishwa khona ke uyena uDetective Sergeant Mukhane ukuthi ke ayobingelela ke imantshi eThabane ke ingaphansi kwayo iPhukeng.
And I can confirm, my lord, that indeed he did appear, because I had an opportunity to see the charge sheet. He did appear and he was remanded into custody for a further date, but he did make his first appearance on the 22nd of June 2020.
Kodwa ngakusho ngesiqiniseko ukuthi ngazo i22 sika June ku 2020 impela ke wayibingelela ke imantshi okuqala khona eThabane ngoba ke i-charge sheet ngayibheka kusho ukuthi ngakubona lo.
Just want to show you exhibit RR.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you just identify the exhibit?
So, my lord, this is the charge sheet from Tabang, and it's in relation to the Bukeng matter that you referred to for possession of unlicensed ammunition.
Lena ke yona ke charge enkhuluma ngayo kusho ukuthi ilona ke lephepha leli ke umuntu ke alifundelwayo ke enkantolo mayivela ukuthi ke iliphi noma waphi amacala awathwesayo laseXabane.
My lord, it indicates the obvious on top the case number, Sergeant Mohane as the investigating officer, the date of arrest, which is 19 June 2020, and the first date, in other words, the first appearance was 22 June 2020, with the accused names and surname written.
Lana ke imininingwane ke echazayo ukuthi ubani ophenye icala uSergeant Mohane, ilanga lakhe ke aboshwa ngalo i-19 zika June 2020, bese ukuthi ke ilanga avela ngalo ke ngokuqala enkantolo noma bingelela iMarch kwange-22 zika June 2020 namagama akhe ke umsolo.
My lord, I can further confirm that other than this, I do know that on the 22nd, I had to wait for Sergeant Mohane and accused, two in particular, because one, we needed to do the teeth, the cable, the teeth examination, the dental examination with a doctor that side, as we were expecting that he may have a gold teeth incision. That was the first part. Second one, it was the day when I obtained, as I said, on the 19th, I spoke to Mr. Mulder, but the final, actual disposal of the affidavit was concluded on the 22nd of June 2020.
Okunye ngakusho ke ngaphandle nje kwalokho engiqeda ukusho ko ngikufunde lana mayelana nazo ke i22 lezo ke ukuthi kwakufanele futhi ke ayohlangana ke nodokotela azombheka ke amazinyo ke ngoba sasicabanga ke noma ke sisola ke ukuthi ke wayenalo ke izinyo legolide. Okunye futhi ke ngazo lezo i22 lezo kwakufanele ukuthi ke uMr Mulder nanjengoba sasihlangene ke ngazo i19 ukuthi aqedeleleke le affidavit yakhe oyezonikeza le.
Yes. Yes. And if you look on page 4 of exhibit RR, what is the entry there?
Page 4. So it's written, my lord, accused number 1, or defense. It says first, my lord, defense for accused number 1, Mr. Mjiako. And then it goes further to mention that it's digitally recorded.
No, sorry. The entry by the magistrate.
The entry by the magistrate.
Yes, the date to which the matter was postponed to on the 22nd.
Is it now on page number 4?
Yes.
So it says request, Mr. Mjiako requests postponement to 3 August 2020. In discussion with DPP before apply for bail.
Okubhaliwe ke lana noma kwabhalwa iyona ke imanje ngale lelo langa lelo ke ukuthi ke nesicelo ke esenziwe noma umnumzana uMjiyapho uyacela ukuthi icala lehlehliswe 3/08/2020 ukuze ukhulumisana ke nabashushishi noma abengamele ezoshishisa ngaphambilini kokuthi ke enze isicelo sebail.
Mr. Malot, we just shown the correct entry there by the magistrate.
All right, it says agent 29/06/2020, legal aid in custody, no bail.
Lana ke okubhalwe manje ke ukuthi icala lehlehliswa ke hlehliselwa i-29 June 2020 kwabhalwa ke legal aid uzogcinwa ke estoksini akana bail.
And the date of the appearances, my lord, is the 22nd of June 2020.
Futhi langa ke avela ngalo noma abingelela ngalo imanje i-22 June 2020
in relation to accused number 2.
Sikhuluma ngaye ke umsolo wesibili.
You mentioned that accused number 2 had to undergo dental examination on the 22nd of June 2020.
Yes, that's what I said, my lord.
Ngishilo ukuthi ngazo i-22 lezo kwakufanele ukuthi ahlanganeke nodokotela wamazinyo.
Have you seen that report?
Yes, I've seen it, my lord. I had sight of it.
Ngubonile ke noma ngawubona ke lo mbiko loyo.
Just want to show you exhibit VV1. It was actually handed up by the defense.
Yes, my lord, it is the document I'm referring to. And the date here is clearly stated that it was the 22nd of June 2020. That was after the court appearance. So.
Iwona ke lo mbiko engikhuluma ngawo lona futhi nedate ibhaliwe la i22 zika June 2020 futhi lokho kwenzeka ke emuva kokuthi esevelile enkantolo.
You've mentioned that you've had sight of this exhibit. Look on page 2, even if it was an oral examination, were there any injuries noted?
No, absolutely none, my lord.
Noma ke lana ke awayekiyeleke ukuthi ke noma wayohlangana nodokotela wamazinyo kodwa ke abukho okubhaliwe ngokuthi ngokumayela nokuthi ke wayelimele.
Thank you. Then after the 22nd, what happened further?
Yeah, so what I recall, my lord, it was then I think transferred for further detention at Victoria Mood SAPS. That is now from the court appearance.
Engicabangayo ukuthi okwenzeka ke manje ukuthi uma seqedile ke ukubingelela ke manje ngivela ke enkantolo wase endluliselwa ke Victoria Mood ukuthi ayegcina khona lapho.
Then, my lord, on the 23rd of June 2020, I received a call from the police station where when our accused 2 was detained, where I was informed there's an attorney who wants to consult with him, and they wanted to check if they should allow such a person.
Kwase kuthi ngazo i23 ngathola ke ucingo ke ebuya police station leyo ke awayekuyona umsolo wesibili. Ngitshela ke ukuthi kwakunommeli owayefisa ukuthi akhulume naye ke babefuna nje ukwenza ke isiqiniseko sokuthi ke bangamvumela yini ukuthi akhulume naye.
I advised them, my lord, to allow this person to consult with accused number 2, and that I will be making my way just to confirm the status of this individual.
Ngase ngithi kubona ke abamvumeleke loyo muntu loyo ukuthi akhulume ke naye umsolo wesibili. Mina ke ngizoza ke ngizoqinisekisa nje ukuthi ke ubani loyo muntu loyo.
Just a minute. Do you remember as to from whom this call emanated?
No, I don't remember, but it was members that were in charge of the set, where the reporting for consultation will normally be arranged. And this request, my lord, was not unusual in light of the fact that we're under COVID lockdown. So there were restrictions in terms of visits. So, I said they must make an exception because it is a legal visit.
Lana ke angisakhumbula ukuthi babubani ke wafona kodwa ilabo ke abaphethe ke kuma cell ngoba ke kufanele ukuthi benze kanje ilapho na ke umuntu uma eyoconsulta akhulumisana khona nabantu futhi lokho kwangasiyona ke into engabamsekileke ngoba ke sasingaphansi kwayo ke ilockdown ye COVID manje ke umuntu uma ezobona ke ngase ngivuma ukuthi cha abamdedeleke ukuthi ambone ngoba ke kwakuwummeli.
Yes. My lord, I arrived there, I think it would have been after an hour, 1.5 hours, because I was far from Victoria Mood, and I found accused 2 with a gentleman who identified himself as Mr. Mjiako, as his attorney.
Ngafika ke lapho ngathi nje emuva nje kwehora noma ihora ke elinesigaba ngoba ngangikudeke eVictoria Mood. Uma ngifika khona lapho ngathola ke yena ke umsolo wesibili ekanye ke nalomlisa owayichaza nanje ngumntokozo Mjiako.
Accused 2 confirmed that this was his attorney, my lord.
Waqinisekisa ke umsolo wesibili ukuthi kwakuwummeli wakhe loyo.
Just a minute. Now, what time did you arrive at the police station?
It would have been around midday, early afternoon, my lord.
Ngathi nje bathi lishayeleke ihora leshumi nambili uma sengifika khona lapho kule police station.
And where did you find accused number 2 and Mr. Mjiako?
In the holding cells, man.
Ngabathola khona ke ama cells umsolo wesibili kanye naye uMjiako.
Where in the holding cells?
There is a space where normally, my lord, they will take fingerprints or legal practitioners will sit and consult with client. So, but it's part of the whole process.
Ikhona indawo lapho na-ke bathatha khona-ke ama-fingerprints noma la abameli bazohlala khona-ke bakhulumisane-ke nalabo ababamele kodwa-ke kuyingxenye yama-cells.
Yes, can you perhaps give more background? What happened? What was the first thing that you discussed with the two parties?
So the first thing was obviously to identify myself, my lord, to the council. But as I was coming, accused to knew me. So he also stood up and said, this is my attorney. And then the gentleman also then confirmed that he is in the form of identification, Mr. Mjabo, and he's got instruction to represent accused number 2.
Okwenzeka-ke lapho kokuqala kwakuwukuthi-ke mina-ke ngizethuleke kubona kodwa ngathi nje ngiseza-ke wabe esesukuma-ke umsolo wesibili washo-ke ukuthi lona-ke ummeli wami naye-ke eseyichaza-ke ukuthi-ke umjiyakho.
And Mr. Mjako, did he say that in the presence of accused number 2?
Yes, my lord. These discussions took place and it was the three of us basically.
Ukuthi umjiyakho futhi-ke uthola ama-instructions ukuthi-ke ameleke umsolo wesibili futhi lokho kwenzeka-ke ekhona umsolo wesibili ngoba-ke sasindawonye sobathathu.
And what was accused number 2's reaction when Mr. Mjako said he has instructions to appear for him?
No, he acknowledged. In fact, at that stage, my lord, accused number 2 already indicated to me that this is my attorney. So Mr. Mjiako's assertion or statement of saying I have instructions to represent accused 2 came after accused 2 said this is my attorney.
Umjiyakho yena ungathi nje wayesenikeza-ke isiqinisekiso kuloko ngoba-ke umuntu owaqala washo kwakuwumsolo wesibili owasho wathi-ke lona-ke umjiyakho owummeli wami. Uma ngabe umjiyakho eseyichaza-ke yena-ke bese nikeza manje isiqinisekiso kuloko osokushiwo umsolo wesibili.
Yes. My lord, I then asked him to
just remember to mention the parties, there are 2 persons involved. You say him, who are you referring to?
I'm referring to Mr. Mjako. So I then asked him, my lord, to give me some form of identification to confirm if indeed, with greatest respect, if he's an attorney, because it was the first time I came face to face with him, and I've already identified myself by showing my appointment certificate. So I asked him to provide some proof of such.
Ngamcela-ke umsemjiyakho-ke ukuthi-ke angibonise noma ngikhombiseke into engaba ubufakazi-ke bokuthi impela-ke ngingakusho-ke lokho ngokuthi ngingamhloniphike ukuthi angitshengiseke ukuthi ngempela-ke wayeyuyena ummeli ngoba mina-ke ngangisengimtshengisile-ke elami ikhadi ukuthi ngiyiphoyisa.
My lord,
just a minute. Yes, you may proceed.
My lord, he produced 2 things. The first one was his South African ID, which had his picture as well as full names as well as the ID number. Then he produced a copy of a document from LPC, which confirmed that he was an attorney, my lord. And it was dated, if I recall correctly, the 5th of May 2020.
Zimbili-ke into angitshengisa zona-ke nanjengobufakazi-ke okokuqala wangibonisa umazisi wakhe-ke unesithombe sakhe, igama lakhe, isibongo sakhe, i-ID number yakhe. Kwase kwesibili-ke ngitshengisa-ke ikhophi ebuya-ke LPC eyayihlolwe ukuthi uyena ummeli. Uma ngaphazami-ke i-date yakhona kwakuyi-5 May 2020.
Right. May I request, my lord, that this evidence be provisionally admitted to the court on condition that Mr. Mjiako be called to confirm the context there. My lord, the reason why...
No. I'm just thinking about your submission.
Yes, the reason being that there are a number of places, evidence that has been tendered before this court where the name of Mr. Mjiako has been mentioned. And this kind of evidence needs to be confirmed, especially during the trial. In the trial, I was also informed of the letter that was attached on the charge sheet in Volkswagen, which was written for a letter coming from the office of Mr. Chia. And the authentic nature of the document could not be admitted in court unless, in terms of the best evidence rule, the author must come and confirm the contents thereof. In this case, the same letter, another letter is brought in. We don't dispute the fact that he's an attorney.
Who doesn't dispute it?
We don't dispute that.
Who doesn't? I'll tell you why. I've got this problem. Other councils can mention if I'm incorrect. It wasn't pertinently denied that Mr. Mjiako is an attorney. Yes. The evidence went surreptitiously and casually in this form. There was a gentleman in a suit, yes, who was standing next to the passage. That's right. And the impression created in this court is that number two did not have an attorney that day. That's correct. Now we've got a problem. If you say it's not being denied, it was denied then. Yes. The circumstantial evidence was a complete denial that number two never was represented by an attorney, either inside with Mrs. Pongier, yes, or that he had given that attorney Mjiako a mandate. Yes. Now, if you are now saying this court must admit that evidence on the basis that it is not denied. Are you with me?
Now, may I just put it so that we are on the same page with the court?
Yeah.
What has been said about Mr. Mjiako on the 24th in Boxburg Court, yeah, has been vehemently denied. That's it. By the defense. Yes. Number two, the letter was tendered in court in support of the notice of withdrawal, the certain of record, in the absence of the attorney confirming that they are there to terminate the mandate. And Mr. Mjiako at that time was not present. Thirdly, my lord, another letter or the proof that he was an attorney, as it has been submitted that we have not disputed that Mr. Mjiako is an attorney or an advocate.
Is it disputed that he represented accused number two?
That is in dispute.
In this thing, inside room
2, my lord.
Yeah, where Mrs. Pongier was presiding.
That's correct.
It's disputed.
That is disputed.
Let's hear Mr. Baloyi, Mr. Baloyi.
To start with, my lord, my learned friend refers to a letter which he says we've tendered as proof of the fact that Mr. Mjiako withdrew from record. That letter forms part of the proceedings. It forms part of the record. So no, in Boxburg. So it was handed up in terms of section 235. So it's not a standalone document that was handed up. It forms part of the exhibit. And secondly, regarding his qualification that the letter that the state is about to introduce be provisionally admitted on condition that Mr. Mjiako be called as a witness, well, we submit that in light of the fact that these discussions took place in the presence of the accused, that will not be necessary, my lord, to call Mr. Mjiako. But we'll cross that bridge when you get there. I've submitted a letter from the LPC to my learned friends as part of the admissions, which we'll deal with in due course. For present purposes, my lord, we submit that the discussion which took place in the presence of the accused, as well as the document which the state is about to introduce, are admissible, my lord.
Okay. Mr. Mgomezi, we can argue that matter.
My lord,
you can argue that exigency. You can't compel the state to call a witness. You can call that witness. You can call Mr. Mjiako to come and say whatever.
But the crux, my lord, of the issue is the state at its disposal cannot use documents which such a witness cannot be called.
No, that's not correct.
My lord,
The evidence of Brigadier Gininda is that in the presence of accused number 2, Mr. Mjiaku introduced himself as an attorney or legal representative, which exigency was confirmed by accused number 2. There were 3. So that evidence is admissible. Number 2, here's number 2. Here's the gentleman here. And he is proffering evidence that Mjiaku introduced himself as representing accused number 2. I don't think you can argue that it's not admissible, this evidence.
But the issue that I am concerned about, my
The qualifications.
Where is the reasoning by accused number 2? It considered that the person that he was in the cells, that would still be in
They never considered in this
Never considered.
Not in this court.
Yes.
I mean, you could argue that exigency that, I don't know, that evidence is
put
not
by this witness that Mr. Mjiaku was present. That will still be denied by accused number 2.
No, fine, no problem.
Accused number, that's why we are calling for accused for that Ntokozo Mjiaku to come and confirm whatever that is. The last part of my argument, my lord, before I can on the charge sheet, when a reference is made to section 235 of the records of the court, I was not convinced on that report to say the magistrate has made an entry to the effect that the letter so attached corresponds with the notice of intention to withdraw as attorney of record, unless such entry is expressly said before this honorable court.
Okay. It's fine, but the onus is on the state to prove whatever allegations the state proffers. And you have the right to rebut, contradict, countervail, and deny and dispute, as you say. But the onus is on the state. But you see, Mr. Baloyi says, in his view, he doesn't think the state should call Mjiaku. Okay. The rest,
you may proceed.
Yes, my lord. So he then gave me, my lord, so those two things. So I could confirm that in the letter, his ID number, South African Identity Document number, was reflected there. I took the document and I left him to say he can carry on with his consultation while I was making inquiries through our agencies to confirm the authenticity of him being an attorney. Such was confirmed to me.
Okwenzeka-ke manje-ke njengoba sengishilo ukuthi uMjiaku umnikile-ke lokho kubili-ke kwakuyi-ID yakhe-ke kanye nale phepha-ke elibuya ku-LPC eshoyo-ke ukuthi uwummeli ngase ngimshiya-ke ukuthi aqhubeke-ke naye-ke umsolo wesibili-ke mina ngathatha-ke idocument lena-ke ukuthi-ke ngenzeke ngixhumaneke nabathize ukwenza-ke isiqinisekiso sokuthi ngempela lo muntu-ke uyena ummeli nanjengoba esho nanjengoba futhi nale phepha lisho-ke ngakuthola-ke ukuthi ngempela-ke kwakuyena ummeli.
You say you look at his ID, which had his picture and names. What were the names on the identity document?
I know Dominic, if I recall, my lord, Dominic Ntokozo Mjiaku, as well as the South African ID number, the 13-digit number.
Engikukhumbulayo-ke kumagama akhe-ke ngikhumbula uDominic Ntokozo Mjiaku kanye futhi nayo-ke i-ID number yakhe-ke le number-ke enama-digits awu-13.
And this number that is reflected on the paper corresponded with the one contained in the South African ID.
Futhi-ke inumber lena-ke i-ID number le eyayikhona-ke kule document anginikeza yona-ke kwakuyi-ID number-ke ekuyiyona le ekhona-ke kumazisi wakhe.
I just want to show you document exhibit YY. Can you identify that exhibit?
Exhibit what?
Exhibit YY is a document that we handed up yesterday.
Yeah. Okay.
My lord, indeed, it is the document I referred to, dated 5 May 2020, from the Legal Practice Council.
Ilona-ke le document ebengikhuluma ngalo-ke enale date ewu-5 May 2020 ebuya kuyona-ke i-LPC ekuyiyona-ke isigubhu lesi-ke esibhekene-ke nabameli.
Can you just put the contents on record?
So it says, so on top, my lord, that is the address for the National Office, Thornhill Office Park, Building 20, 94 Becker Road, Voma Valley, Midrand. There's a telephone number. On the right-hand side, my lord, it says Legal Practice Council. And then in bold, it says confirmation of enrollment with the Legal Practice Council, dated 5 May 2020. Then it says to whom it may concern. Please note that as per records held by the Legal Practice Council, full name, Dominic Ntokozo Mjiako, ID, I will not mention his ID number, my lord, but it's depicted here, is on the practicing role of legal practitioners. And then it's signed by Charity Nzuza, Executive Officer, my lord.
Ilona-ke leli phepha-ke lifundeka ngale ndlela-ke kunekheli-ke laphayana le-National Office ese-Thornhill Office Park, ku-Building 2094 Becker Road, Vona Valley, eMidrand, kune-number-ke laphaya. Base kubhalwa-ke i-Legal Practice Council. Nalapho-ke kubhalwe-ke futhi ukuthi-ke isiqinisekiso-ke lesi sokuthi-ke ngempela-ke ukhona-ke kumkhandlu noma-ke kwi-Legal Practice Council. Ibhaliwe idate yange-5 May 2020. Sicela-ke niqapheleke ukuthi nanjengama-record esinawo-ke thina siyi-Legal Practice Council, amagama aphelele uDominic Ntokozo Mjiako, ibhaliwe i-ID number yakhe, ukuthi-ke ukhona-ke kuhla lwabameli lokubizwa ukuthi legal practitioners, basayina yena-ke uCharity Nzuza oyi-Executive Officer.
The name of the chairperson of the Gauteng chair of LPC, is it reflected on the document?
Yes, it's, so my lord, there are two names, but where they signed is the one that says Charity Nzuza, who is an executive officer. And then you've got one, Johan van Standen, who is the director of Gauteng Provincial Office.
Kunamagama amabili-ke lana, ileli lika-Charity Nzuza, Executive Officer, ila kusignwe khona-ke, bese-ke ku-left-ke kunegama lika-Johan van Staden, u-Director Gauteng Provincial Office.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Yeah, just a minute, my lord. Just want to check something. Yes, my lord, yes. So Mr. Van Stander, because I'm looking at the original that I was given, he also signed. It's just that on the copy, his signature doesn't look visible. But on the one that I was given, so both Mr. Johan van Standen, the director of Gauteng Provincial Office, as well as the executive officer, signed this document.
Lana-ke kuleli-ke besilifunda i-copy-ke lena, i-signature yakhe uJohan van Staden ayibonakala. Kodwa-ke lapha kwi-original athi-ke uBrigadier iyona le ayinikiwe. Kuyabonakala-ke ukuthi naye uJohan van Staden wasayinda naye.
Baloyi, you're handing in the original.
Indeed, my lord.
Yeah, you can have it both ways.
We'll hand up the original. This is exhibit Y1.
Mr. Muzi wants to have a sight of the original. Yeah, let them show it to you. You don't know Mr. Van Staden? I'm just asking.
Yes, since left LPC, very mysterious circumstances.
You met him?
No, I'm saying he has since left the LPC.
Oh, that's so?
Yes, in circumstances that are
serious. So this is YY1 and YY2, is that not so?
Indeed, in fact, the signature does appear on the copy, just that it was not made darker.
Yeah, fine.
We can just make it darker.
No, but I'm saying these documents, because they're both before the courts, they would have to be Y1, YY1, and YY2.
As a court please.
Okay.
Yes, what happened further?
My lord, then I went.
That all that took place there in the holding cells.
No. So the confirmation, my lord, I had to leave because I couldn't do it in his presence. I left him, continuing with his consultation. I would have went outside and made calls. He didn't do it in his presence because I was established.
Yes,
Ukuqinisekisa-ke ukuthi ngempela-ke lokhu abenginika kona-ke noma le document anginika yona-ke ukuthi ngempela-ke kuyiqiniso angizange ngikwenzeke lokho phakathi kanye nabo-ke ngamshiya i-consultant ngaphuma-ke mina-ke ukuthi-ke ngiyokwenza-ke ama-calls.
Who did you call?
I called our profiling division, my lord, where you profile, especially if you have the ID number, you can profile and analyze a person in terms of his profession, the picture, all manner of things in relation to that ID number.
Ngaya-ke noma-ke ngafonela-ke i-division noma-ke i-division yethu emaphoyiseni ibona-ke abenza lokho ukuthi ubheka umuntu noma-ke i-profiling uma kuwukuthi i-ID number ikhona-ke lapho bayambheka-ke ukuthi wenza umsebenzi wakhe awenzayo konke nje lokho.
Yes, what happened thereafter?
Yes, my lord, but I can also confirm that at a later stage, obviously, when the issue arose insofar as the professional Mr. Mjiako, I then contacted also the legal practice council, which confirmed that indeed he was an attorney then, he's an advocate now.
Okunye futhi-ke ngakusho ukuthi nayo-ke i-LPC lena-ke ekuyiyona-ke i-Legal Practice Council ngase bafonela-ke nabo ngempela-ke banginikeza-ke isiqiniseko ukuthi waye i-lawyer-ke ngaleso sikhathi kodwa manje-ke ummeli-ke kodwa manje useyi-advocate.
It may also be prudent, my lord, to indicate that on the first appearance in Boksburg, in the lower court, in other words, when this matter appeared, Mr. Mjiako, because I was there, was on record, and accused number 2 confirmed that he was actually his attorney on the first appearance. It was recorded, documented, it's on national TV. That was placed on record, and he remained in attendance, I think, for a couple of appearances.
Engakusho futhi ukuthi-ke nkathi-ke bingelela imantshi ihlandla lokuqala-ke eBoksburg, Mr. Mjiako wayekhona-ke lapho kwakusho futhi ukuthi kumele umsolo wesibili nami-ke ngaqiniseka-ke lokho ngoba-ke ngangikhona enkantolo wachaza futhi-ke yinto eyayikhona-ke iveziwe-ke naku-TV futhi-ke waqhubekeka-ke nasemuva kwalokho emela.
Secondly, my lord, in King, I also know that at the later stage, he was not present on the first appearance, but at the later stage, he also appeared on behalf of accused number 2.
Okunye futhi engakusho-ke ukuthi ephukeni yebo wayengekho ngehlandla lokuqala-ke umsolo wesibili ebingelela-ke imantshi kodwa-ke kwathi uma esephinda-ke ebuyela-ke enkantolo emuva kwalokho wabakhona-ke.
Sorry, but the appearance you spoke about, the first appearance, are you referring to the first appearance of this matter in the regional court?
Indeed, my lord, I'm referring to appearance of this matter in Boksburg Magistrate Court.
Okay.
He was there.
He was there.
Yes, he was there in person, and he went on record.
Engikushoyo ukuthi uma ngehlandla lokuqala-ke laleli icala eBoksburg wayekhona-ke futhi wayichaza-ke ukuthi ukhona umele umsolo wesibili.
My lord, thirdly, he remained on record as and when he was also interacting with the director of public prosecution because subsequent, which is what I will get to. Okay,
let's not refer to that.
All right. But he was on record, my lord, between the state and himself on behalf of accused number 2.
Kodwa engakusho nje ukuthi wayekhona-ke enkantolo washo-ke futhi ukuthi kumele umsolo wesibili.
Just want to show you Exhibit EE, which the tab version of the charge sheet of the appearance of the accused in Boksburg Court on the 27th of October 2020. You mentioned that you were present in court according to the proceedings, who was appearing for accused number 2?
For accused number 2, just a minute, my lord. So for accused number 2, date, my lord, is 27th of October 2020. That was the day of the first appearance. And on behalf of accused number 2, it is Mtogozo Mjiako from Mjiako Attorneys.
Lana kubhaliwe ukuthi ngazo i-27 October 2020 ukuthi ke umsolo wesibili yena ke emelwe umnumzana uNtokozo Mjiyako obuya ke eMjiyako Attorneys.
Yes, and the next appearance.
So, just a minute, my lord. It's not doing this.
It is fine. The record will speak for itself.
Speak for itself.
Yes. Thank you.
But I can say, my lord, he appeared in numerous times, as I said. Yes, there were numerous appearances in that court on behalf of accused number 2.
Kodwa ke ngakusho ke ukuthi ke kwaba amahlandla ke evela ke nama ekhona ke enkantolo emele yena umsolo wesibili.
And it was confirmed by accused number 2 when he was asked by the court if indeed this is his legal representative. Such questions are asked on first appearances. It did confirm it.
Kodwa ke ngakusho futhi ke uma inkantolo ke ibuza ke ngoba izinto ezenziwayo ke lezo uma kuukuthi ke umsolo wakhe ubingelela imanje ihlandla lokuqala inkantolo iyabuza ke abese iyaqinisekisa ke umsolo wakhe ukuthi ngempela ke umeli wami lona.
Is it please, regarding communication or confirmation by the LPC, we requested that information or evidence be provisionally allowed. We are in the process of sorting out the admission with the defense. If the
document must be allowed at the moment?
Yes, if there's no admission, we will call someone from the LPC.
Which document are you saying? The one of the legal counsel?
No, the information that the witness received from LPC.
Oh, I see.
He says he contacted the LPC.
Yeah.
And they confirmed that he is an attorney.
Okay. Is that not allowed, disputed?
I did not dispute that.
Yeah.
Yes, I did not dispute.
What is the status concerning official document? I know this is not a statutory document. What is the status of an official document? It would normally not be a problem if it's an SOE or a statutory body. Are you with me?
Yes.
Of the government.
Yes.
If you say the law society as constituted qualifies under those criteria.
Well, I don't know, an official document.
Qualify such a document just by mere production. The contents are admissible. Mr. Minister, any wisdom?
Well, there's also.
I think the issue between accused number 1 and the state is not whether or not Mr. Mjiako is qualified. I think it's about the mandate that he had to represent him. That's how I understand.
Yeah, that's another story.
Accused number 1 apparently alleges, from what I could gather here, that he never gave Mr. Mjiako a mandate to represent him.
Okay, but
I'm only saying that on the basis of what I'm following here.
Okay, correct.
Yes.
Just to come back to the issue that was raised by the court between the difference between an official document and a public document.
That's it.
I think to start with, this document from the LPC is not a public document. But as whether it's an official document, I think the point can be made that it's an official document because it was produced by someone in an official capacity. But be that is made.
Yeah, you will address me.
Yes.
When that.
We'll cross that bridge.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, you may continue.
Yes, my lord. So when I went back to inform him that I confirmed the status and I was about to leave, this is now Mr. Mjiako and accused number 2. He then asked my lord that first he wanted to know who was the prosecutor in relation to this matter that is before court.
Okay. Ngathi ke uma sengibuyela ke manje ke sengiqedile ke ukwenza ukuqinisekisa ke ngibuyela manje ke kuyena uMr Jiyako kanye naye ke umsolo wesibili mase ngithi ke sengizohamba ke wasefuna ukwazi ke ukuthi kwakubani noma ubani umshushisi kuleli cala leli eliphambi kwenkantolo njengamanje.
So who wanted to know who the prosecutor was?
The attorney, my lord, Mr. Mjiyako.
Kwakuwumeli uMr Jiyako wayefuna ukwazi.
Yes.
And the reason behind it, my lord,
I think let's not go there.
all right. But there was a reason, my lord. But in any event, I told him that it's Advocate Baloyi, but there were 3 teams of advocates at the time. So I told him these are the advocates that are involved in this matter, but we are still under investigation. But I communicated this information to him.
Sasikhona ke izathu kodwa ke bamvimbile ukuthi angaseshe izathu ngamtshela ukuthi uAdvocate Baloyi nokuthi kwakunethimba ke lama advocate abashushiseke abathathu ke futhi ke nokuthi icala lalesaphenywa.
Yes, including Advocate Leonard. Then, my lord, what he said to me was one that I'm not so sure now.
Yes, you may not go.
All right.
Let's not go there.
All right.
Yes.
Subsequent to that discussion, my lord, it then transpired that he, the accused two, in the presence of his attorney, they were willing to go and make.
Yes, let's not go, Brigadier. I'm sorry about that, my lord. After the discussion there at the holding cells, what happened further?
Arrangements were made, my lord, for the confession to be made in the presence of the magistrate on the 24th of June 2024.
But
in relation to accused number 2 and his attorney.
Kwathemuva kwaleyo nkulumo leyo eyayilapho ke vinjiwe ukuthi angadaluliki ukuthi yini eyakhulunywa lapho kwase uvunyelwana ke ukuthi ke kuzo lomswa ke ukuthi manje ke uzohamba ke umsolo wesibili ayokhuluma ke phambi kwemanje la awayezokhuluka khona ke naye ummeli wakhe ekhona.
This discussion about the confession, when did those discussions take place?
It took place while the issue of the state advocate around that time to say who's dealing with the matters. It came up around that time.
Le nkulumo yokuthi ke wayezohamba ke manje ayokhuluma ke phambi kwemanje ayovuma ke yaqhamuka ke ngalesi isikhathi ngibuzwa ke ukuthi kwakubani umshushisi ophethe le case noma ekuyena ke icala le yebo ophethe le cala.
What was clear, my lord, what was clear, my lord, there was no indication that there is a distance from, rather that accused two was distancing himself from the assertion or the statement he made from, rather he made to Lieutenant Colonel Rapat. So it was flowing from that direction. From what I was told.
Okwakuqaqeleke ngatshelwa ke futhi ukuthi ke umsolo wesibili ke wayengayiqhelanisi ke nalokhu okwakuwayesekushiloke noma kwakusekhulunyiwe ke phambi kwakhe uKolonel Rapat kwakuzoba ukuqhubeka ke ukusuka kuloko wayesekushilo ukuphambi koKolonel Rapat.
And this was in the presence of Mr. Mjiyako?
That is correct, my lord. And accused number 2.
Lokhu kwenzeka ekhona uMr Mjiyako naye umsolo wesibili.
And was there a reason as to why reference was made to making a confession, another confession?
Yes, my lord. It was in relation to the discussion that could not speak openly, the interactions between the accused, his attorney, and the state. That is the DPP, my lord. Certain proposals were made, which were then later formalized.
Ingabe sasikhona yini kukhona yini okwavezwa okwashiwo ukuthi kwakungani ke manje ke esefuna ukuthi manje agonyuleke umsolo yebo njengoba bese ngishilo ukuthi bekhona ke lokho bengifisa ukuthi ngikusho ke kodwa ngavinjwa ke ukuthi ke ngingakhulumi ke kodwa kwakuqhamuka ke leyo nkulumo leyo ke ekhona ke umsolwa ummeli wakhe kanye futhi ke nabaphethe ezokushushisa.
Yes, what happened then further?
Then, my lord, on the 24th, that morning, the 24th of June 2020, I then phoned or rather made contact with the senior public prosecutor of Boksburg Magistrate Court, Advocate Hank Stradom. Hank.
Kwase kuthi ngalelo langa ke ekseni ke ngalelo langa lange 24 June 2020 ngase ngixhumana ke naloyo ophethe ke abeshushisi enkantolo yase Boksburg Advocate Hank
Stradom.
Okay, thanks. Hank Stradom.
The request to him, my lord, was to assist with the magistrate that can obtain a confession.
Isicelo kuyena ke kwayikulekelela noma ukusiza ke ngokuthola imanje eyayizothi ke ithathe ke istatement ke noma ke ukuvuma.
I further inform you, my lord, that the accused in question or the suspect will be legally represented.
Qhubeka ke ngamazisa ke ukuthi ke umsolwa lona ke engikhuluma ngaye lana ke umsolwa onommeli.
And just can you just perhaps inform the court why do you say that case was going to be legally represented?
It came out, my lord, in the scope of the arrangement, you know, to say what type of a facility must he arrange. Is the accused coming alone? Is he legally represented? And that came up at a stage. So I was giving him that information.
Ngathi uma ufuna ukwazi ke kwakungani ke uthi ke manje umsolwa unommeli kwaqhamuka ke kuleyo nkulumo ke leyo ukuthi ke indawo ekanjani ke ezosetshenziswa nokuthi ke futhi ila ekwavela khona ngamchaza lapho ukuthi umsolwa unaye ummeli.
It also came in the context, my lord, where the language issue was also discussed to say the suspect in question, what language is he speaking, you know, so it was those formal arrangements where the interpreter would have been then required.
Naloko kwaqhamuka ke futhi uma sekukhulunywa ke ngendaba yolimi ke akhulumayo ke ukuthi iliphi ulimi azolukhuluma ke umsolwa nala sekuvela khona ngamaqhamuka khona ke udaba lukaTolika.
My lord, I just want to ascertain whether that Mr. Stradom is also going to be called. After I call it, I don't call witnesses. But
As a court pleases,
you're laughing.
this discussion that you're referring to regarding the facility and the language, with whom was that discussion?
With the advocate Hank Stradom. So my lord, I can perhaps explain it this way. In order to have the confession taken at the magistrate court, that is a normal process that is followed. You speak to the senior prosecutor or the control prosecutor to make such arrangement. You don't just reach up at the magistrate's office the suspect.
Ngokumela nalo daba ke ngoba ummeli ufuna ukwazi ke manje ukuthi lo Mr Hank Stradom uzobizwa yini ukuthi azoqinisekisa lokhu okushiwa uyena ubrigadier ubrigadier uthi ubechaza ke uma ukuthi ukubonuluka lokhu kuzohamba kuyokwenziwa ke kwinkantolo kamanje awukwazi nje ukuthi uvele uqhamukeke lapho ukhuluma ke nophethe abeshushisi kuba uyena ke owenza ke lawo malungiselelo lawo ukuthi kutholakale ke imanje leyo.
Would it be correct to sum up by saying appropriate arrangements were made for the confession?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okufanelekile ke kwenziwa ke ukuthi ke leso statement leso ke siyothatha noma siyokwenziwa.
Yes, what happened further?
The arrangement in question, my lord, then confirmed that accused two should be brought to Boksburg no later than 1400 hours of that specific day.
Uma sekuqediwe ke sesizwene ke kwase kuvunyelwana ke ukuthi ke umsolwa ke wesibili ke akalethwe ke lapho enkantolo yase Boksburg kungabi later ke kuno 2 emini.
My lord, I then instructed Sergeant Mukhane to make the necessary arrangements insofar as booking out accused number 2 and ensure that he is then transported to Boksburg Magistrate Court.
Ngase ngikhuluma ke ngitshela yena ke uSergeant Mukhane ukuthi ke akenzeke isiqiniseko sokuthi ke uzoyokhipha ke umsolwa wesibili ke ase emhambisa ke emsenkantolo yase Boksburg.
I further informed him, my lord, that there will be an attorney there by the name of Mr. Jaco, who is the legal representative of accused number 2.
Ngase ngimtshela futhi ukuthi kuzoba nommeli ke ozoba khona lapha yana ke Giaco omele yena umsolwa wesibili.
My lord, I do know that such instruction was carried on, and then later then the confession statement was indeed taken by Magistrate Kronye.
Ngiyazi ke ukuthi ngempela ke wakwenza ke lokho yena ke uMukhane nokuthi futhi ke istatement leso ke sathathwa ke uyena uMagistrate uKronye.
And then later given to me.
Kwase sikuthi kamuva ke sanikezwa mina.
Just want to show you an exhibit, JJ.
My lord, what I also noted in that document when it was brought to my attention is that the attorney that was looked in that document by the magistrate was the same attorney that I referred to in terms of the name and details that I referred to earlier in the previous the 23rd of June 2020.
Okunye futhi ke ngaqaphela lapha ukuthi ke ummeli loyana ke obhaliwe ke kule document lena ke engitshengiswayo ke manje ukuthi kwakuyena ke lo ebengimshilo ke noma bengikhuluma ngaye kulanga elindlule la nge 23 sika June 2020.
Can you identify exhibit JJ?
Yes, my lord, it is indeed the document that was brought to me, that was completed by Magistrate Bonye, including the copies of the appointment cards of the relevant police officers, as well as the annexure statement that is attached from accused number 2.
Impela ke ilona ke le document leli ke elathwasa uyena ke Magistrate Bonye kanye futhi nama-copy ke atshengisa ke noma ke ama-copy ama-appointment certificates awo amaphoyisa ayekhona lapho kanye futhi ke naso ke istatement lesi.
And it's also, my lord, dated 24 June 2020, and the name of the attorney, Mr. Dominic Ntokozo Mjiako, is also depicted here.
Bhaliwe ke i-date 24 June 2020 igama lommeli uDominic Ntokozo Mjiako likhona la.
Yes, then what happened further?
My lord, after the document came to my attention, as I said, it was just an interaction with this attorney on behalf of the accused with the state.
Emuva kokuthi ke
show to
end
because
please, let's not go there.
Emuva kokuthi ke le document seyihlanganiswe ngiyitholile ke kwaba yilapho na ke manje sekuhlangana ke ummeli kanye futhi ke nomshushisi ke ukhona ke imiphumela eyaba khona ke kodwa ngazi ukuthi ngiyayichaza kanjani.
And what happened further regarding the matter?
Which that is now the matter before this court.
Yes.
We carried on, my lord, with investigations as well to try and collaborate and see if what is contained in both confessions, in other words, the details contained in Lieutenant Colonel Rakado's statement taken by him, as well as the one made by Magistrate Bonye. So I did an extensive investigation to collaborate those facts. And I must indicate, my lord, that I think almost 99.9% was corroborated.
Okwenzeka ke manje ke kwaba mina ukuthi manje ngihlanganise istatement lesi ke umsola owesibili awesenzile kena ufanele lapha bese ngihlanganisa manje nalesi ke asenze kena ke kuyona imanje Magistrate Bonye ngiqhubeka ke ngophenyo ke manje ngibheka ukuthi kukhona yini la okuhlangana khona ke ngasho ke ngesiqinisekiso ngithi ngisho futhi ukuthi u99.9% ngaba ke nesiqiniseko ukuthi ngempela ke kuyahlangana.
We'll get to that point at the later stage. You mentioned that the docket was submitted to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution at some stage.
Correct, my lord.
Yebo ngishilo ukuthi idokodo laselidlulisela ke ku-office labeshishisi
with the representations of the summary of the investigation, my lord, evidence collected was submitted together with the docket.
Idokodo langahambi kodwa ke kanye ke nokuchaza ke nje ubese usho ukuthi yini ke eyenziwe kuphenyo na konke nje lokho okusekukhona ke sinako ke kwakhapha idokodo.
At which stage did you start engaging with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions?
My lord, I think at that time when in June we were already in interaction, hence I was in a position to communicate the three names of the legal team from the DPPs, to Advocate Mjiako. So it would have been way back because it was still we're still at the early stage of the investigations. So but around June 2020 we were already in interaction.
Ungathi ke ngoJune loyo ke kuyena ke u2020 sase sikhulumisana ke nehhovisi lalabo abashushisayo ke ingakho ke ngakhona ukuthi uMjiyako ngimnikeze ke amagama alabo bathathu ke ngangithi yibo bakuyibona ke ithimba elishushisayo ke icala leli ngoba ke uphenyo lethu lalisaqala ke ngaleso sikhathi leso.
You have already referred to the fact that the Director of Public Prosecutions took a decision at some point, more or less. When was that?
It was around October, my lord. Because as soon as the indictment, the decision was taken to indict, I didn't waste time, just put an application for the issuing of the warrants, which were then duly authorized, executed on the 26th of October 2020, and then made their first appearance on the 27th of October 2020.
Umshoshiso siyabuza-ke ukuthi ubusushilo-ke ngaphambilini ukuthi-ke ngempela-ke abashoshisayo-ke bathatha isinqumo ingabe kwakunini-ke ngathi-ke isinqumo sathathwa-ke ngayo October ngase mina-ke ngenza isicelo-ke saloku kubizwa ngokuthi-ke ama-warrant la thola khona-ke incwadi eshoyo ukuthi-ke umuntu angaboshwa noma abantu bangaboshwa ngempela-ke yakhishwa-ke ngazo i-26 October base-ke babengelela imantshi ngeyi-27 October 2020.
And just for record purposes, which office of the Director of Public Prosecutions did you liaise with?
So that will be the one responsible for the North Gauteng High Court. So that is the DPP here in Church in Pretoria.
Ihhovisi-ke lalaba abaphethe noma-ke bashoshisayo-ke engikhuluma ngalo engaya kona ngakhulumisana nabo ileli-ke elila e-Church Square khona la ePitoli.
Now, before the accused were charged or when they were charged, were there any warning statements taken from them?
Yes, there were warning statements taken from 1 to 4. Accused 5 only gave his particulars when the formalities were supposed to be done. He didn't want to do it, so he walked away.
Ngasho-ke ukuthi-ke ama-warning statement lokho kubizwa ukuthi ama-warning statement-ke kubona-ke abasola yebo impela atholakala-ke kusuka ku-accused 1 uyofika-ke ku-accused number 4 u-accused number 5 yena-ke wanqaba-ke uma sekufanele ukuthi-ke kwenziwe-ke lokho.
So, please, Monot, we're just about to start a new topic. It's nearly close to the normal court sitting time. Can we then adjourn until tomorrow?
Okay. You're available tomorrow? Yes, I am. Okay, we adjourn until tomorrow.
So, we're not starting with 10.
No, I mean, just arrangement.
Yo guys, yeah, like you said, we are going to have a long week with Gininda and Baloyi. I agree with you, not 100%. They are dragging, they are moving, and we really want this guy to come on board. Giako must come on board. The state is not arguing about the issue of the qualifications of this guy, though they brought copies anyway. They didn't bring the originals. There's a lot, guys. I don't know what's your take over this. To me, I need cramp. My head is spinning now. They confuse us every day. Hi. Siyabonga is saying, why is not Gauteng High Court? Meanwhile, case falls under South Gauteng High Court jurisdiction. I'm not sure. Duduzi are saying accused 5 refused warning statement on Tanzi. He didn't agree. Bona, Duduzi, what was happening was they wanted him to agree so that he can pin the rest. That's the thing. Makitele are saying those documents are fake, definitely. Tapes are saying, but why is Miyako not called, whereas he is being referred to in so many times? Definitely, he need to come. We want him to come. Alec, you're saying, what was the reason of so many people on this case, which Gininda knows something behind? Guys, let's be honest, why so many cops dealing with one case? That's the thing. Listen, the whole of Gauteng is in this case. The whole of Gauteng. And they are all saying we were told by Gininda. Like he is the commander in all stations. Here, Gininda. Hey, you know. Where was Mjako when Tanzi confessed as lawyer? Giako, I'm not sure where Mjako was. Yes, I'm not sure where Mjako was. And the lawyer was not supposed to be, exactly, the lawyer was supposed to be there. If Mjako, he only appeared for the first time to mess up his life, to mess up things, to mess up in terms of things. He only appeared, I'm sure, first time. He didn't appear the second time, he didn't appear the third time, he didn't appear. He only appeared on that crucial moment so that he can pin this guy in. Guys, I'm having a headache with this issue today. Alright guys, see you tomorrow. Let's see how it's going to go down tomorrow. But we know exactly that tomorrow Baloyi was introducing new evidence as well. He was introducing new evidence. I don't know if you saw that. He was introducing new stuff. There's something that he has introduced as well. New things. Hey, icon. Alright guys, let's see how it's going to go down tomorrow. And I definitely we want to see how these proceedings will actually unfold, because we are actually in a position where we are now confused. There is too much merry-go-round, new evidence coming in. We are going to follow new evidence. We are going to move along new evidence. Frederick, you're saying you are in a trial of a trial. Oh, okay. It's a trial within a trial. Yeah, it's a trial within a trial. This one is the state is full of shit. Not only saying new things, new people, and a new direction as well. It's going to be new things, new people, new direction. Guys, let me leave you right now. Let's meet again tomorrow at 10. And once again, apologies for not coming in on Monday. There were things that I needed to sort out. So guys, I will definitely meet up with you tomorrow morning. Definitely. By fire, by force. We need this Gininda to be dealt with. This definitely. We need him to actually be dealt with by the defense. The defense team, I can't wait to see them hammering on him. So guys, see you tomorrow.
Khulume mntanami uyamazi umuntu okudubula yalazi igama lakhe baba kaSenzo hlangana noSenzo umndeni wakameyo kaNomdaka singile hlanganani namhlanje amaqinisa ahlalo bala sikhathele sidiniwe otbedlala ngathi ngoba singenamali beneyimali ezinkulu imali ibhadli lapha ingane kaSenzo bayazi nokuthi ifunda ngani esikoleni bazozenza lezi mali bazoyenza le mali bayazi nokuyazi sikhathele vuka Senzo vuka mntanami ethuneni baba kaSenzo vuka vukani nilwe ilwani manje sikhathe ukuthi nilwe mndeni wakameyiwa basingile baphikhoshi vukani emathuneni vuka lapha abantu badlala ngathi ngoba singena mali benayimali hayi kwanele manje lezinyembe sesikhalayo zincane ngenjabulo sisazojabula mndenini kameyo kwanele ngiyakumemeza nguma